Is it Saturday? I didn't realise. Oh dear. Welcome in, boys and girls. Good morning. Good morning. There's a sense of irony about today's stream. I've quite recently been talking to a couple of other creators, actually. Sort of chatting shop, as they say, talking about you know, finding a finding a balance between like streaming and content creation and like taking time off and all of this sort of stuff. And then here's me banging out bonus streams on a Saturday. I'm such a fucking hypocrite. Absolutely ridiculous. Right, we have some rares to kill. This is the reason I'm on. I thought, well, I'm playing the damn game. It's Saturday. I've got a few hours to spare. Let's throw the stream up. Might as well have a chat with you boys and girls at the same time. So let's get this on the go. Yesterday we got Enchanting leveled up pretty much enough. We were only leveling Enchanting as to harvest Artisan's Acuity, which was going quite successfully. I do need to harvest a little bit more Artisan's Acuity, but I started setting up the Alchemy side of those characters yesterday. We will finish that off today, but first thing on my list is to get these dudes their rares killed for the day. As Mechanica farming is still our bread and butter. So we got to get that sorted first. I'm about halfway through my team, so this shouldn't really take more than maybe the first caffeine-fulfilling hour maybe this morning. I hope you guys are willing to join me on the adventure. I've slightly changed my route. I've slightly changed how I do this as well, so it might be good to have a little bit of a refresh. Because I'm now hitting slightly more rares every day. I've been hyper-optimizing for time initially. And one of the things that was causing me great concern was that the weekly farm, so when we look at like going and killing Flyboy, doing Junk Wall, doing Scrap Chewer and Chief and Dark Fuse down the southern part of the map, this process of doing like a world tour was taking just as long. It would often take a team somewhere in the region of about 25 to 30 minutes to do one world tour. And the problem with that is that I wasn't spending 30 minutes a week on that team full stop. So it was doubling the amount of time the whole process was taking, and I wasn't convinced it was giving me much more Mechanica by doing it. So I revisited the situation and I've restructured it in a slightly different way. We're still giving each team 5 minutes, but what we're doing is we're taking one quick flight. So my dudes now live at the Flight Master. It does mean I have a 20-second log out with them being here, but it is also convenient because from this location I can mount up. But we do 5 minutes from said location. We kill as many of the hotel rares as are available as soon as we log in on those dudes, which usually takes the first minute or two. If we're lucky, we get 4. If we're slightly less lucky, we get 3. If we get swigs, I'm happy regardless. Swigs kill number 1. Anybody else up in and around the hotel? Are we on weird and wacky phases? We're not on the most diverse phases, I don't think. Oh, no, they are different. 63, 42, 46, 33, and then 31. Hotel rares, not many up. If there's no hotel rares up at any point, instead of just lurking, this is where we take the one flight over to the east, which doesn't take very long to do. See if we can grab a bomb dude. What's his name? Grimewick. Had a migraine at 4 AM. Nice chill stream would be nice. A migraine at 4 AM. That's a very strange time to have a migraine. Migraines suck though. So I hope you've managed to get a shot of that. Ooh. Grimewick's here. But I'm not going to be able to pull him. I need him over this way. I need do pet things and I need him to come over this way. Pets aren't going to pull aggro off him. We might not get the credit for that kill. He might be too far away. Oh, no, we did get credit for the kill. Oh, that's good enough then. So we've got Grimewick. Chief, Flyboy, Junkwall. We've killed all of those 3 this week. Right, fly them down south. Try for Candy. Try for Vivi. We'll drive down there ourselves. Usually by the time we get down there, we can see which shard we need to hop onto. Ha! What an absolutely fantastic demonstration of the process. No Candy, no Vivi up on any of the flipping shards. Are you shitting me? Okay. Right, well this is clearly a good example of when things go wrong, not right. We started with a Swigs kill though. Right, well if we're not getting Candy and we're not getting Vivi on any of these shards, let's go back to the hotel then. Because we've still got Thwack, Nitro and Tally we can potentially kill up there. This travelling around business, basically I'm using it as a way to kill any downtime by there not being a rare to kill. By scouting out other rares. Swigs is spawned again? You shitting me? Oh, hang on, we were all grouped up. That's probably why we didn't get much love. Alright, let's try that again. We got 2 minutes. I didn't realise all my dudes were still teamed up from Dark Fuse, from the bomb dude. That means there's probably Vivi or somebody up somewhere. Yeah, Scrap Chewer, what? Nitro? No, he's dead. No, there legitimately isn't a Candy or a Vivi up on any of these shards. Wow. Okay. Somebody's clearly playing the same game I am. Alright, well you win some, you lose some. We're running out of minutes on the clock for this team though, so we might have to be content with just not getting very many kills on this team and move on. I still don't spend any more than 5 minutes on any given team. And on my travels, right, normally I'd take a trip up north to begin with to see if Flyboy's up, and if he's there, I'll kill him. If he's not, we fly east. If we see if Junkwall is there, we kill him. And Grimewick, if he's there, we kill him. If not, we move south. We basically do a mini lap, a mini diamond-shaped lap within the 5 minutes. So whenever there's not a hotel rare to kill, we use the time to go and kill the weekly ones and a few bonus extras. But it's looking like we might just be really unlucky on this team today. But that's fine. This is why we have lots of teams. So you play the game of averages. So with 6 seconds left, we start logging these guys off. Nothing's going to happen now, is it? So it is slightly annoying leaving them at the Flight Master because of the 20-second log out, but it's what we call a necessary evil. It also means that with them being outside, I can just longboy up and I can check the mailbox and I can vendor trash, like, without technically moving them. The Hearthstone is still set to the hotel, so we can get them back to the hotel quickly if needed instead of taking a flight path back, but would you swing around at the end of the teams and come back to do these ones again? That's sort of the optional extra at the end of the day, right? If I'm spending 5 minutes per team, I've already got 20 teams. So that's already a little over an hour and a half to do the whole shebang. That's kind of one of those totally up to you situations. I tend to go by the theory that I do one pass, and if I don't get some in that day, it just doesn't matter. You know, we're killing the best part of 400 rares a day. If you miss a couple, it doesn't matter. Like, it's in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to make a huge difference. It's basically trying to cut out the diminishing returns effect. So the reason the hotel rares were popularized in the first place is because you can stand in one spot and hit 5 rares. It's the most efficient spot to be in, as you've got 5 chances for something to be up standing in one spot. But obviously every rare you kill, then you've only got 4 chances, then you've only got 3 chances, then you've only got 2 chances. And what often would happen was that trying to get that 5th and final kill, the 5th being Slugger, for example, he's the weekly, but the normal 4, you'd spend just as long trying to get that 4th as you would getting the first 3, when you could just move on to another team and kill that same 3 again. So I optimize for time, less so for maximum kills. Forgot to start my timer though. But yeah, I mean, if you wanted to at the end of the day, if you were, you know, bored not doing anything, rotate through the teams once again quickly just to see if you could catch any strays next time round. But when you're doing this every day anyway, a second pass seems less attractive. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's people out there that are killing like 500, 600, 700 rares a day, because they are literally spending like 8 hours a day doing it. But I don't have quite the same dedication to that. I can get somewhere in the region of about, probably on average of about 2 to 3 Mechanicas an hour doing it the way I do it. Which is still putting the hourly rate on this at a very nice point. EU sale price on Mechanicas right now are... Oh, it's not going to show it because I'm in combat, hang on. 55,000 gold per Mechanica is the current sell value of them. So if you can get 2 an hour, that's still 100k an hour. Do that for a couple of hours a day, that's 200k a day. I would imagine this is the most lucrative gold farm in the game right now. I can't imagine there's anything that could potentially make you more reliably. The thing is this is 100k an hour reliably. Now, of course, that is taking into consideration that you do need to sell the things as well, which is not necessarily straightforward, but my valuation is based upon the average sale rate of the pets and the mounts so far. So, and posting my pets twice a day is literally all I've needed to do so far to pretty consistently sell them faster than I can get them. So it's not really a huge effort either. The thing to consider is, yes, it's 100,000 gold an hour, but it takes 5 accounts to do it. Which equally means that you have 5 times the cost when you break it down that way. Because you've got to pay for 5 accounts, not 1. I still really like to kill swigs before I go off on extracurriculars, because swigs is quite an important kill. Oh, get the tag on Nitro quick. We've killed 3 out of the 4 hotel rares, and swigs is the one we haven't got. That's slightly frustrating. Swigs is one I'm less enjoy just leaving. But if we don't get swigs, but we do get 3 others, then it makes up for it. So let's go check for Grimewick. Has this team killed Flyboy? Yeah, this team's killed Flyboy. It doesn't need the weeklies. So now just scouting to see if Dark Fuse is there. Not Dark Fuse, Grimewick, which it is not. Fly down south. Check for VV and Candy. Both VV and Candy are very low percentage drop rates, but in the law of averages, the more you kill them, the more you get. Both Vivi and Candy on this realm.
These pipes were not rated for this much pressure.
5 accounts with the wall within enabled, so that's extra cost too. Recoverable over time, of course, but only if you can keep it going long enough without going bored. Yes. Yeah, I think I'm at the point now where I need to double check. I can check on my journal later. I think the amount I've spent on tokens in order to buy the extra copies of the War Within and to get the extra game time, I think I have broken even now in terms of what I've sold. So I'm at, like, you know, I'm at net zero, basically. Obviously minus all of the time I've spent doing it, but Vivi got nuked. Okay, Vivi doesn't seem to be up on any of the other shards either right now. Although, what's that there? That is a Vivi. Is that a Galagio as well? What level's this? So yeah, if you can plus obviously I've got to clarify that there's not just necessarily the cost of the extra accounts and the extra game time. You've also got to consider you need the characters, right? I was able to boost my own characters because I have a 6th account that doesn't have the War Within, and we made the Twink.
You looking for trouble?
So that we could boost our own characters to level 70. But let's not forget that took time. But I looked at that as a cost saving overall, because the market rate on a boost was about 100k for a level 70. And I solo leveled during the leveling event. How many did we go from? We went from 6 teams all the way up to 21 teams. So 15 teams of 4. I think I leveled 60 level 70s during the level event. 60 level 70s, which at 100,000 gold a piece would have been 6 million gold. So in boost costs to get the characters. So you got to add that on really as well. But I did it myself, so I sort of saved it. Still took me time to do it, but this farm was like slowly making some gold at the same time. So yeah, I'm probably like total value to set this up has probably cost me the best part of 10 mil, if not more. 6 mil in boosting all of the tunes, which I did myself, so I didn't actually have to outlay the 6 mil, but it still should be considered a cost. Plus, however much it took me to get... I needed 3 extra copies of the War Within, plus the game time. But otherwise, we are now more so at the point where it is, in essence, mostly profit. And if I can get the other accounts to be useful outside those 1 or 2 hours where we farm the res each day, hence why I'm setting up alchemists for thaumaturgy and jewelcrafters for prospecting, and maybe scribes for milling, and maybe tailors for unraveling. So that when we are running off and we're doing visions and we're doing visions and we're doing delves and we're doing our work orders on our main account, all of that sort of stuff we can be doing that whilst the other accounts are still doing something valuable in the background as well. Right, who we got anywhere? Who we got anywhere? Who we got anywhere? Who we got anywhere? Nobody anywhere. Great. What an incredible start. Nobody anywhere. Chief has been killed. Flyboy's been killed. Wall has been killed on this team. Right, there's Thwack. Trade chat has started a you're just clicking a button convo. Ah, we love those convos. It's fine. I love that argument because the answer is easy. It's like, all right, then go click your button. Oh, what's that? You don't have the button? Ah. I'll press my button if you want, but it's going to cost you. Like, oh, you don't have the button. Ah, oh, shame. Welcome in, Goldson. Good morning to you. Let the knowledge point grind begin. Yeah, it's going to take us a few days to get the knowledge points needed for those tunes, but this is why we get it set up now. Yeah, I love the you're just pressing a button argument. Well, if it's really that simple, press your button. To be clear, if you ever use that as a comeback to the argument, you're still not getting the sale, by the way. That because that's arrogant enough for somebody to just call you a dick, block you and move on. But it still means you win the argument. Like, all right, press your button then. That's your fuck you stance when you walk away. Like, when you have absolutely no intention of doing it for them anyway at that point. That's your stand your ground against. Stand your ground position. No! Stop flipping pet do pet things. Pet aggro, please. There we go. This way. There we go. Thank you. Right. Fly down south. Unteam them first, actually. That means we get to scan the entire map as we fly. Link Thunder Fury to derail it. Throw in a few anal dirges. Let's go back to real 2006 World of Warcraft memes. No Vivi or Candy on any of these realms again. What's going on today? Sheesh. Alright. Well, if no extracurriculars are going to spawn, then we go back home. And we try and get the last couple of the hotel rares then. Nitro is in theory up on my realm. I think I actually drove past him. Is he still there? You can drag Nitro over here and the guards kill it for you. I learnt this little trick the other day. I can't believe I've gone flipping months killing Nitro every day without realising that the guards just basically two-shot it. Right, I could really do with the Swigs spawn, to be honest. Swigs would be very nice about now. No Swigs anywhere. Oh well. We missed Swigs and we missed Tally. But we got a bonus Grimewick to make up for it. Right, move on. Next team. I've had it quite frequently as well, when this timer gets down to like 1 second and then something spawns. I'm like, no! Reverse! They tried to hide behind, sometimes you get 10 to 20k public work orders that balance it out. So I told them that's the same mindset as people who are jobless and are not looking, expecting others to carry their sorry ass through life. Yeah, you're out making friends today. Making friends. Whilst you may not necessarily be able to choose your neighbours, you can most definitely choose your customers. Nitro. This looks like we could be on a win here, and we might get all 4 hotel rares in like literally a minute, which is nice. Gives us a few minutes to go and scout out the others. We've killed Junkwall, Flyboy and Chief on this team already this week, so we're only hunting for Grimewick, Candy and Vivi, so it's going to be a quick and easy couple of flight paths. Are they there? Yes. Kill them. Are they there? No. Move on. This might showcase what things look like when things go well. Although I should have ungrouped before moving. Although a server that has all 4 hotel rares up probably has Grimewick up as well. Yep, there we go. And actually is very likely to have VV and Candy up too. Sometimes you just hit a God Shard. So whereas previously I'd have killed the 4 hotel rares and just logged off and moved on to the next team. Now flying to the west and flying south, no, sorry, the east, sorry, and flying south also takes an extra minute or 2, but it can potentially get you 3 extra rare kills. And when I've designated 5 minutes per team anyway, yeah, look, both Vivi and Candy are up on this shard. Yeah, okay, we've just hit the absolute jackpot on this shard here, but technically Vivi, Candy have similar drop rates as like Thwack and Nitro, so they're worth about the same. So if you can kill these dudes daily as well, then there's no reason not to. And Grimewick is worth about the same as the Swigs kill. They're about 3% drop rate, so they're really good to get if you can. Sal's another one that's good, but Sal requires shuffling. Sal requires me to actually put dudes in a car and drive over there. But now we have got 4, 5, 6, 7 kills in 4 minutes. 7 kills in 4 minutes is pretty wild. 7 times 4 is 28. So 28 rare kills in 4 minutes. Kind of can't beat that, really. That's the dream team right there. And interestingly, give it a couple of months, that might be the norm. In a couple of months' time, when everybody leaves the zone, that could end up being literally the norm. Sorry, I'm still a little bit congested. I should stop sniffing into the microphone. It's gross. If I don't, though, I don't breathe and then I die. Nobody wants that on stream. I'll pay you in exposure. Just look at that, made by X tag. It's another way. Ooh, start the timer. Is it possible to gear up in Visions with a brand new level 80? I don't think Visions really gives you gear though, does it? There's the stuff you get off the vendors, but that's like your weapons. I don't think Visions really gives you gear. If it's the first thing you've done that week, don't forget you might get a couple of pieces of gear, but that's because the boxes act in the same way as like Pinnacle boxes. That your first 2 each week are going to give you a piece of gear relative to your item level. But then they'll stop giving you gear thereafter. So it's not like Visions themselves give you gear. Right, this team has not done any of the bonus rares. So this is one where we can start looking and saying, hey, Flyboy's up. Flyboy's up, so let's go and try and grab a Flyboy kill. One of these dudes has got to have Flyboy up.
And absolutely no airflow. Perfect day for a race.
There we go, Flyboy's on this one, look. So do a group up there. Oh, that's lucky. Demon Hunter's already nuked it. Demon Hunter done the hard work for us there, which is nice.
Hey, you! We got a mech that's out of control.
Let's then go over this way. See if Junk Wall is up. Try and grab a Dark Fuse kill. Oh, I haven't even killed Slugger on this team this week. Oh my god, we've got loads to do. It doesn't look like the ones we want are in the right spot right now. But we can go get a Slugger kill on this realm.
And absolutely no airflow. Perfect day for a race.
Alright, get Slugger nuked.
Dog fuse. Again? Always looking for trouble.
Oh, has he one-shot my pet again?
Maybe you should let him know they found it.
Do you get XP in Visions? I have an alt that I need to level. I've not tried, actually. I assume you can do Visions from level 70. I don't know if it's great for leveling up. I would imagine it's comparable to Delves, if you can. I haven't tried, though. Might be worth investigating. Right, I've only got a minute left on this team, so I need to decide what we do. Potentially we've got a tally kill. We managed to get Slugger. We got Flyboy at least today. And this way of sort of travelling north, east and south every day as well means that across the period of a week, and more often than not earlier in the week, I get the weekly kills done just kind of within the normal allotted time. Whereas before I was having to make a special trip to do like a world tour, and I was just not doing it because it took too long. So this way, weaving it in feels a little bit more optimal. Italian Nitro are still needed. We're just not going to get all of the kills today on this team. We've spent our 5 minutes. We've got one of the weeklies on this team. The first weekly run will give you gear, and depending on what mask level you did it at, you get a level below gear on the next run till you get no gear at some point. For example, I did a 5 mask run and got the 5 mask reward. If you do a 4 mask run again, you get the 4 mask reward all the way until you acquired the no mask, no extra boss reward. After that, you don't get any gear. Oh. So there's basically a piece of gear for each step up level in difficulty. That might indicate that I have not done like a 3 mask or a 4 mask run then maybe. Or a 5 mask run. I don't know. Maybe it might not be a terrible way to get some starter gear on level 80s or something. You can see the doggo snoozing. There's another one down here. But she's not on camera. Yes, you. Hi. Right, 5-minute timer. Go. Thwack. Good start. Oh. Well, it would have been a good start. You did. I think junk wall's up on this realm as well. And we need a junk wall kill. Oh. Maybe it was up. It was up. Well, in that case, let's see if it's up on any of the others as we're here. It's up on this realm. I'll blow some coolies on this dude to get it down quick. Ow, I can't interrupt that every time. You're gonna do your lightning thing again. No, you're dead. Is old bomb dude up on any of these shards? Give me a bomb dude. bomb dude. Oh, it's being pulled. Can I get it this way? Doesn't need to come far. Come this way. Come this way. Yes, good lad. That should do. Does it get... Do we get experience? Yay, we get experience. The kill was close enough. Do we need Flyboy on this team? No, we've killed Flyboy, we've killed Wall, we've killed Chief now. Okay, so this team is actually complete, which is good. Let's take a trip down south. We'll go there in the car. Midsummer Fire Festival achievement and Transmog updates in 11.17. Is there... Oh, was there new stuff announced last night? Why do they do that every Friday? Catches me off guard, that does. Some weeks I'm paying attention, and then some weeks I'm clearly not. We'll have a look at that in a minute. Let me get this team finished, and then we'll have a look.
Go patch up the leaks pronto.
Okay, there's a couple of bonus kills. So we got Grimewick, we got Flywall, we got Vivi, we got Candy. We got quite a lot of bonuses. Apparently Nitro's up. Grab Nitro real quick. Is that going to end up being the whole team? Nitro, Swigs and Tally are all up on this shard. This might be... We've technically only got 9 seconds left on this team, but we are not leaving rares available. Swigs Prio. Oh, if we actually get Tally as well, that's the whole shebang. Flipping... Are these shamans and they're lightning? Ellie Shaman's not necessarily always a meta build, but it certainly looks cool. Oh, Tally's already been killed. Although Shamans seem to do much better in Mythic Plus than they do in Raid, I tend to feel. Right, we missed Tally on that shard, but if it is still up anywhere else, we'll give it a go. Oh, you're dead on this shard and all. Alright. It wasn't meant to be. No, you're on this one. You were, once again. So another sign that I've just missed it by a fraction of a second. God damn. I picked 50-50 and got it wrong. Oh well. Next team. Blame chat. God damn you, chat. You made me miss it. Right, where's these midsummer updatey doodads? Let's have a look. tried to give Wowhead money to get rid of their ads, but they don't want to take it from me for some reason. Patch day bugs, fun detected nerfs, but why though? Interview with Paul Cubitt and Maria Hamilton. Paul Cubitt is the associate design director. No, associate game director. And Maria Hamilton's associate design director now. Oh, she's leveled up because she used to be in head of in charge of questing. Anyway, what's this then? Midsummer Fire Festival achievement and transmog updates in 11.17. Hang on, back in a sec. Right. My sinuses are all still fucked up. Stro, how we doing? Welcome in. Happy Saturdays to you. Oh, I've just remembered it's a long weekend in the UK this week, isn't it? Bank holiday on Monday. Finland has a holiday on Thursday. Public holiday on Thursday, I think. I can't quite remember why. What date is Thursday next week? Is it like the end of, I don't know, Ascension Day or something? I can't remember. I won't be taking the day off though, don't worry. Midsummer Fire Festival achievement and transmog updates. Honor the Flames of Kazalgar. So some new achievements. Running from June 21st through till July the 5th, sorry. Players will honour new flames throughout Kazalgar, earning additional burning blossoms used to purchase various cosmetics. This year, players can celebrate the hottest season of the year with 2 new scythes and 4 new armour pieces. I mean, that is that's pretty wild, isn't it? That's quite a fiery boy there. Purchasable with the burning blossoms. Grand Helm of the Fire Festival, mantle, and the belt. What? Sure. You can carry the torch on your head. Shoulders are cool. The helm is questionable. And the belt, well, it covers his schlong. Throw the whole set on. You look a bit like Hades. Was Hades the Greek god of, I don't know. Surely I should have paid more attention to Hercules. What was Hades? Greek god of the underworld or something? Of the underworld, there we go. I got there eventually. Thank you. The Greek god of midsummer. Get some alt experience by flying around for the midsummer fires, I guess. That works. That's actually usually quite lucrative as well, yeah. Okay, yeah, they do look kind of cool, those. Didn't say how much the scythes were. It just said purchased with burning blossoms. Yeah, it said that these pieces are $350 each. So expect them to be like 500 blossoms or something. Cool. What was the other wow-heady thing? Was there anything else we missed on? Yeah, I didn't talk about this yesterday, but this has sparked some fire throughout the community for good and bad reasons. Preach even did a video on this, but the interview Ian Hazakostas did with PC Gamer was interesting. If we look at this, right? World of Warcraft game director details which combat add-ons are safe and which will be... Oh my god, the ads. Oh my god. When you put literally... I mean, I swear this is literally against even Google AdWords is limited. Like, you're only allowed, I think, 3 visible ads on screen at any one time. And if you are seen to be doing more, Google AdWords will take away your whatever. Anyway, World of Warcraft game director details which combat add-ons are safe and which will be eliminated in the coming purge. Now, quite a title, clearly. Process is just beginning and they won't be turned off in the next 2 patches, he says. World of Warcraft senior game director Ian Hazakostas recently warned players that add-ons and mods that predict or help players respond to things happening in combat will be disabled in the future. We caught up with him in a far-ranging interview to find out what specifically would be affected and why. You have your quest helpers, direct quote here, you have your quest helpers, you have your gathering add-ons, you have your role-playing add-ons, all of that stuff is of no concern. He said, PvP add-ons might still tell you what classes you're facing, but they won't tell you what cooldowns that they have used. Auction house add-ons won't be touched. So, for all of those TSM rip when kind of players, no. Auction house stuff is fine. So we're at least safe for 5 minutes. Blizzard's making huge World of Warcraft combat changes. Oh no, I don't read that blurb. The goal is at the end of the day to get to a point where if asked, hey, do I need to use add-ons to play? The answer should be, well, they give you a lot of options to customize your experience, but no, it's up to you. Today, if we're being honest, we can't say that. Yeah, you pretty much cannot play World of Warcraft properly without at least some add-ons. If you are absolutely full raw dogging your WoW experience, it might be playable, but you're not able to play even remotely competitively or optimally. You might be able to muddle your way through it. One thing that I don't do much of is proactively track buffs and debuffs or important stuff. All my buffs and debuffs sit in the top corner of my screen, and I have no idea what's going on 90% of the time because I can't be bothered to install add-ons to filter it all out. And more importantly, for the most part, I don't care. I'm the kind of player that when it comes to a spec tree, if something gives me the ability to pick a passive or an on-use, I'll take the passive. I know I'm taking a 20% hit to my DPS, but it's easier. I'm that kind of player, which is why it doesn't bother me too much. But if you're doing Mythic Plus, if you're doing raiding, you need to be tracking that shit, especially if you're doing PvP. Part of the skill gap of PvP is knowing when your opponents have blown all their cooldowns and are vulnerable to be nuked. We know, we've seen you play mage. Yeah, exactly. That's my point, right? Take the path of least resistance, or just don't take the path at all. Blizzard definitely won't take away combat log or aura hooks in patches 11.17 or 11.2, which leaves the door open for the final patches of the War Within expansion, including the pre-patch for the upcoming Midnight expansion later this year as a possible starting point. This is meant to be a philosophical kickoff and to begin the conversation with the community. Add-ons have been a part of the game since its very earliest days. If we were just to come along one day and rip off that band-aid, it would be jarring. And so they're basically saying that this is going to be a slowly approach to a world where there's going to be significantly less add-ons, which... Let's look at this from a couple of perspectives. There's been a long-standing argument, especially in recent years, to whether add-ons are getting too powerful anyway. So toning down their strength to nearly play the game for you in some circumstances is clearly something that needed to be addressed. So toning that back is good. But let's look at it. Let's go a little bit further than that and consider what the possible options might be for the next 20 years of World of Warcraft, on the premise that it has just been bought by a big company called Microsoft, who own a relatively large gaming platform called Xbox. The lesser the requirement on add-ons to play the game, the more smooth a transition to console WoW would be. And the smoother the transition to Game Pass the game could be, to maximize the potential audience of the game. Referring back to here, do I need add-ons to play? They want it to be, well, they're useful, but you don't need to. Whereas now you kind of need add-ons. They got to get to that point where you can basically play the game pretty effectively without add-ons. But if you do use add-ons, you can customize and tweak and tune, but it shouldn't give you any gameplay advantages, particularly by using add-ons. Quality of life, rearranging your UI, you know, some statistical data for your auction house needs. These are things that add-ons can bring to the table that aren't game breaking. They're like quality of life features, which is, I think, where they want to get add-ons to be. Meaning that you could pick up World of Warcraft on Game Pass, you could pick up World of Warcraft on console, you could pick up World of Warcraft on GeForce Now. However you choose to indulge in your World of Warcraft, you don't need third-party add-ons and tools to be able to feel as if you can play the game with everybody else. WoW on mobile? Don't you guys have phones? Well, you say that, but did anybody watch Preach's video yesterday? I didn't realise this because I don't play Final Fantasy much, but Final Fantasy 14 is going to mobile. Final Fantasy 14 is moving to mobile, and apparently it's stirring the pot because there are some features and functionalities in Final Fantasy 14 mobile that are not going to be on the PC version. For the same sort of reasons to why World of Warcraft has spaghetti code, Square Enix have basically rebuilt Final Fantasy from the ground up, recoding significant portions of the game, getting rid of the spaghetti, straightening out the spaghetti again, and so that they can do features and functionality on the mobile version that won't be featured in the desktop versions, which is kind of ironic, but it's quite interesting all the same. WoW on GeForce Now does have add-ons by default, but the process is still jarring. That's the point, right? Yes, there is a very small pool of add-ons you can use on GeForce Now, but that's the happy medium, isn't it? There's a small amount of add-ons you can use, and anything outside of that very closed-off selection is not really available to you. But they want to get the game to a point where playing it with add-ons or without add-ons provides you the same experience, but add-ons sit as, you know, maybe some bonus quality of life, a little bit of extra information, maybe rearranging your UI, that sort of stuff. They don't want particularly gameplay changing stuff. They complain about add-ons being too powerful and playing the game for you, yet they implement their own, such as Healy. Well, Blizzard have also long had the opinion, let's not forget, that if you can't beat them, join them. They decided back in 2015, I think, about a decade ago, they decided that they can't beat bots, they can't beat gold sellers. So if you can't beat them, join them. And boom, hey presto, they implemented a token. Well, if you're going to buy gold, at least buy it from us. Buy it legitimately. And that's kind of the same logic, I think, with implementing a rotation helper. Like, Healy's cool, it's quite powerful, especially if you customize it and know what you're doing with it. I think at one point, I don't know if you still can, you could run a sim with Healy to get like a profile for your absolutely optimized rotation. I've never gone to that degree. It just sits on my screen. 3 buttons just sit on my screen. I don't particularly use it any more than that. But if they can't beat that, if they bring it in-house, at least everybody has it. That's the point, right? It then means if they port WoW to console or they port WoW to Game Pass or whatever, then at least everybody has it. It's a level playing field again then. So if you can't beat them, join them. Where does this leave things like Zygo and Rested XP? No, they said things like quest helpers and stuff are all absolutely fine. None of that's... you have your quest helpers, you have your gathering add-ons, you have your role-playing add-ons. All of that stuff is of no concern. Direct quote. They couldn't beat bots, so they made their own dungeon bots. Yeah, follower dungeons. Like, it's the same scenario again. If you can't beat them, join them. Mods that both help and annoy. Blizzard is taking these steps in part because of players' complaints on how many add-ons are needed to successfully complete raid and dungeon encounters, according to Hazakostis. Blizzard will be working on improvements to the in-game cooldown manager, visual effects, improvements to the game's UI edit mode, audio cues, and the handling of nameplates for players and enemies. This is one thing that sparked quite a lot of controversy. The company's heard loud and clear the player feedback to the first basic rollout of the cooldown manager, which was part of the recent troubled 11.15 patch. Players decried its simplicity, lack of functionality, and the fact that it could not be customized. Ironically, some mod makers immediately created add-ons to improve it. Yes, the irony. We're going to implement this into the game so you don't need an add-on, but if you want to use it properly, then here's an add-on to use it properly. Kind of funny, but it shows that at least bringing it in-house means at least everybody has it, right? That's kind of the point. That add-ons often sit in a category, and to provide a level of fair criticism, Trade Skill Master and Craft Sim and Craft Scan are add-ons that are out there today that categorically sit in that. While he says that your auction house add-ons and stuff are not a problem, one thing I would say is that it's still a has versus a has not situation. Like, at the moment, when it comes to work orders, if you are not using Craft Scan, you are fundamentally losing. You can still try to compete, but you are having to spam trade chat and hope people whisper you. You are trying to constantly sit there and read trade chat, a list that is often on many servers going at 500 miles a minute. You're fundamentally losing without using something like Craft Scan. Craft Scan is going to pass the trade chat for you, have a bunch of pre-programmed responses, and will prompt you when there's somebody out there that wants something. So in the world of, like, it's an add-on that you basically can't do without. So even though he says like your auction house add-ons and stuff are of no issue, I do still think your craft sim, your craft scan, fall somewhat into the category of doing maybe a little bit too much. But they're not going to focus. Obviously, their focus is going to be on the group end game content stuff, Mythic Plus, all of that sort of stuff first. But we'll see how that plays out either way. We know we're not going to replace a fully in-depth, customizable add-on that you've been using for years and have tailored to your personal gameplay with something that we have as an initial fixed offering. But we're getting a whole bunch of feedback about the ways in which it would need to change. We need to add customization and improve it to make it feel like it could be a reasonable substitute for a more advanced power user. So this is interesting, right? They're already categorizing. They're categorizing the players that use a whole bunch of add-ons and weak auras and stuff as power users. If you are considering them power users, you're considering them the minority, which means you are trying to build something for the majority. And what they're looking at is the majority being potentially everybody that floods into the game from Game Pass and console potentially in the future. Today's power users, the ones who are like quite vocal about this sort of stuff, are the minority, and Blizzard's aware of that. Customizing the add-ons as power users, sure. People who just install details and leave it be are just, are not the power users. They're in the category of majority. And in that category of majority, any add-ons that the majority are using, they want to slowly implement to the game by default. In-game solutions may not be as good, and that could be okay. The task ahead of Blizzard will be challenging, he said, but added that having a fixed development team and a slower update cycle doesn't mean that Blizzard's solution to be a we have details at home, or that maybe it's okay if it is. Yeah, I do wonder about the damage meter, because that absolutely 100% has to be something that comes soon. I mean, he's even said damage meters, and I don't necessarily know how much people are aware of this, but it's been a very proactive choice of Blizzard's over the years to not implement a damage meter. Because in theory, the reason they never implemented a damage meter was on the fact that they never really wanted you to... when they were building the initial game way back in Classic era, they never really wanted you to be able to optimize and min-max your classes that aggressively, because this was also at a period of time where they weren't very good at balancing stuff. You would have some classes, like if you go back all the way back to vanilla, you had flipping warriors and frost mages, and then you had everybody else, right? There was a huge delta between what was good and what was not good. And damage meters would have been, if Blizzard had given you damage meters, it would have literally put it at the forefront of everybody as to say, look, this is how bad we are at balancing shit, right? But now they're able to get the balance of most classes within 10%. And more so, there are so many third-party add-ons, and the number one add-on everybody installs is a damage meter from the word go. And the fact that there's been target dummies in the game forever and a day has always indicated that people are going to try and figure out whether pressing this spell is better or pressing this spell is better. So now they've probably got to the point that, well, everybody uses it, so they have no choice. So once again, they might as well bring damage meters in-house. But the fact it's taken 20 years for them to get to that point is quite funny. Your performance relying on rotation helper, Healy, is still inferior to somebody who has it all ingrained as muscle memory. There's always a higher skill ceiling. It's a critical flaw if the highlighted combat assistant recommendation for your next ability is not reflecting the latest theory crafting that was discovered yesterday. I don't know if that should be a deal breaker. See, this is interesting to me because I know categorically that there is probably a 5% delta. Like the very, very, very best of the best players still use things like Healy. You know why? Because it allows them to switch their brain off and still do 90% performance. Yes, there is maybe that if you've got everything, if you know your class inside out, you know the mechanics absolutely to 110%, and you are laser focused on what you're doing, you can probably do 100% of your optimal. Healy is going to get you to 90%, but allow you to switch your brain off. Right? I know categorically in the boosting community, in the high-end boosting community, they basically use Healy and just like, they're basically fast asleep playing the game at that point because it's so good and can be customized to a degree that it can get you within 10% of your optimal anyway, that it's like that 10% sacrifice is fine to be able to switch your brain off and basically AFK it. So I think there's arguments for and arguments against in that regard, but at least what has been said here though is he said he was open to the idea of allowing player shared loadouts like the tech strings currently used to share talents that might improve the rotation assist for those who want the latest theory crafting. This is interesting because it goes to show that Blizzard already understand that there's absolutely no way that they are going to be able to keep their in-game rotation helper up to date. That there are far too many classes, far too many specs, and that they absolutely cannot even themselves compete with the sweatiest of the sweatiest players who are simming their characters, that are figuring out all of this stuff, right? Machine learning is actually an interesting one. I wonder how far they have actually built the follower dungeon tech to be able to use machine learning to do things like balance passes. Anyway, that's a slightly different topic, but it's a good point all the same. But yeah, they already seem to understand that the sweatiest of the sweatiest are going to do a better job than they are at optimizing things like rotations and stuff. And so allowing players to share their UIs, their rotation helper strings, their talent builds and stuff is a level of customization that is going to be needed. It's an interesting idea, he said. This topic has come up in the context of the edit mode layouts and other things that we want to empower people to be able to share. Everything is possible, he says. Doesn't want to close doors, but we are going to be listening. Our hope is that things that we is that the things that we are going to be the things that we add are going to be things that can be reskinned and tweaked by add-on developers. So even like the inbuilt one-button rotation helper, there should at least at some point be a way for players to tweak and tune and maybe say that this is a higher priority or this is a lower priority so that you can tweak it. Because they've already said the rotation helper is not going to do... It's not going to blow cooldowns for you. It's not going to use trinkets for you. But so it probably does mean, depending on which trinkets you're using and what talents you've built into, that might affect your rotation, and so they do need to make sure that it's open to be adjusted in some way. Buy a Raidbots account and load BIS characters and then see the rotation. Yeah, I don't know exactly how they do it, but That's also assuming that the raid bots accounts are also semi-optimized. After a while, you get the muscle memory, and Heat is more used as a reminder anyway. Yeah, it's funny because I have it on screen all the time, but I'm barely ever looking at it. My fingers know the buttons to press regardless. If the irony for me is Heat is actually what I tend to use more often than not to show me when my cooldowns are off. This is the funny thing for me. Whereas the Blizzard inbuilt one isn't going to include your cooldowns and trinkets, where actually I use Heat predominantly for that point. When my Bestial Wrath is at the front of the queue, or when like Call of the Wilds is at the front of the queue, or when my trinket pops up at the front of the queue, that's like that's off cooldown. I don't necessarily always need to use it at that very moment, but it means I don't have to have like a bunch of cooldown trackers. You know, Heat does all of it, which is why it's useful. But it's kind of funny that they're building this into the game, but the one thing I actually use it for more so than anything else is the one thing that they're actively choosing not to build in. So it's still, so Heat is still going to be far more useful for me. But it's weird. It's weird. It goes to show that there are different reasons why people use the different add-ons as well. They could have a system to pass the top people's rotations and just spit out optimal rotations. Who knows? Oh, they could. They could very well. But at the same time, to give Blizzard some credit here, over the years they have realized that a lot of their consistent popularity is based upon the community. And you absolutely don't want to hinder the community's ability to do community things. So this is like when the talent builds were a thing. It was very quickly added so that you could import, export, share strings, because they know that content creators and, you know, streamers, YouTubers, whatever, their audiences are going to want their setups, right? So I think it's the same with like any inbuilt rotation helpers and stuff. Look how popular WeakAura is. Like WeakAura is the epitome of that. WeakAura exists because it's a peer-to-peer system. Like WeakAuras grow and WeakAuras die based upon somebody installs it. It gets a content creator uses it in some way, shape, or form. Then 20 people ask if they can also use it. Those same people then share it with all of their guild and all of their friends. And it, you know, the best stuff rises to the top and it spreads like wildfire. It's entirely a natural sharing system. It's got nothing to do with WeakAuras themselves. WeakAuras is just providing you the platform to be able to do that. And so Blizzard also see that sharing and importing, you know, import, export your setups for this sort of stuff is important, and I'm glad they're aware of that. The smallest change possible to achieve the goal. Team has discussed many approaches and believes this was the least invasive path that would still accomplish the goal. This is not us setting out to smash a bunch of add-ons. The way we're approaching it is that what is the least collateral damage that we can cause while addressing the issue? This is quite an interesting statement because we've also we've seen this quite a few times previously, but Blizzard are never really overly public about saying this, that they are willing to squish a few in order to please the masses. And if a few add-ons have to get nuked that are popular add-ons in order to create an overall better experience, then they will do it. Ever so recently, I don't know how many of you farm transmog, but you may have been aware that the classic drop rates for materials and transmog have all been nuked. Or maybe not necessarily nuked, but there is definitely a system running on top of them that wasn't there before. meaning that you can go and kill mobs for a couple of minutes and loot and get drops as normal, but after a very short period of time, the system basically says, nope, you've had enough, and you stop getting loot drops and material drops. This, I feel, people have different opinions on this, but I feel that this was directly to prevent bots from basically hyperspawn farming 24 hours a day and vendoring all of the trash that they get, and just printing raw gold hand over fist 24 hours a day. That if they can basically say that, right, after 5 minutes of killing the same mobs repeatedly, that mob just stops dropping loot for you, then there's absolutely no value in the bots doing their thing whatsoever. But the ones caught in the crosshairs there, the collateral damage there, are the legitimate players that used to go back to these certain spots, Silithus, for example, and farm the transmog and farm the materials there to then make a bit of gold in the game. They're the collateral damage in this. We saw it a few expansions ago when they adjusted the ruling on multi-boxing. Legitimate multi-boxers who used to enjoy playing simultaneously on multiple accounts were caught in the crossfire, because I still believe the change was made predominantly to prevent the people who were actually botting whilst multi-boxing and were, basically 8 accounts, 16 accounts, 32 accounts, herbing and mining, botting 24 hours a day in Najata. The reality is that legitimate multi-boxers were the ones caught in the crossfire there. Now, they've never really come out and said that particularly publicly, but when they start talking about, collateral damage with add-ons, it goes to show that they're at least willing to squish a few to please the many. I don't see anything on screen to suggest why you're complaining about the multi-boxing. Well, of course, having multiple accounts is still beneficial. You just can't play them in the ways that you used to be able to. But yes. The goal is to build up the native functionality of the UI to increasingly narrow the gap between players that are using add-ons that assist with competitive functions and those who are not. Once we are most of the way there, there's going to be that last mile that consists of things that honestly we don't think are super healthy for the game. So they've once again clearly got a couple of add-ons, a couple of tools like locked on. They're probably not going to say exactly what they are, but there's definitely a couple of add-ons and tools out there that Blizzard are like, it would be nice if these went away, but they can't just turn around. They can't just slash them, right? They've got to provide some... The public backlash would be too brutal if they just nuked the add-ons straight up. But they still admit that they are not super healthy for the game. I'm sure we can all speculate to which add-ons that they may be, but this LST add-on's just too powerful, yeah. Good luck to them getting something as good as ATT in the game. But yeah, something like ATT is not in there, not even near their crosshairs, because ATT isn't doing anything for you in-game. It's doing absolutely nothing for you other than providing you information that is just easier to have in a little window in your game. ATT is realistically, ATT is not doing anything that Wowhead isn't doing. It's just presenting it to you in a easier to digest format and obviously providing you some simpler tracking on it. So things like ATT, your quest helpers, that sort of stuff is absolutely fine. But yeah, there's clearly a few things that they're like, it would be nice if this went away. But to make this go away, we have to provide an alternative before we nuke it, which is interesting. And the slowly approach to this is very clear. It's very clear that Midnight and The Last Titan are going to be the expansions in which they will slowly this approach. And it's exciting to think about what might come after The Last Titan. Because I genuinely think they told us about this World Soul Saga so that we kind of get used to roughly knowing what's going on, to make it a little bit easier for them to keep secret what's coming after it. Oh, all of your attention's on Midnight. All your attention's going to be on The Last Titan. Keep people half in the know about those, and then they can squirrel away and do whatever they have planned next in without too many people wondering. Every single expansion we've had so far, everybody has spent half of the expansion wondering what the next expansion is going to be. Whereas now we don't have that. What's the next expansion going to be? We know Midnight is next, and we know The Last Titan is the one after that. But so for the next 2 or 3 years, most people aren't really worried about what's next. But Blizzard clearly have a 10-year plan, but we'll see. Also because half the expansion had no new content, but they fixed that now. True, yeah, we all just got to sit there and think and dream about what was coming because there wasn't much going on in the game to keep us busy. But they're definitely fixing that one as well. But it's interesting to think. Previously, Blizzard experimented with private auras that could not be read by add-ons and weak auras, but players circumvented that with in-game macros that told the mods when players saw they had conditions that had been kept secret. The aura is private, but you can just make a separate macro that pipes the information in, and now, whoops, you wiped because somebody hit the wrong macro or had a typo in their macro, and great, we've succeeded in making it even more frustrating. Let's never do this again. This is clearly a scenario where gamers will do gamer things, right? This is obviously what Blizzard has to be careful of. Gamers will do gamer things. If you put a wall in front of gamers, they will find a way to either jump over that wall or go around that wall. Private auras were the first step in the first stepping stone to try and weaken the strength of things like weak auras, but clearly it didn't take players long to figure out, right, well, the shortcut is to do it this way, which is quite funny. The company is building in all this functionality in part because they know players will find even more I don't know what that word is. Different ways of getting the information if they don't. If a boss ability's timelines aren't a thing, he suggested, players might turn to YouTube videos or recorded sound files that would provide audio countdowns when pressed at the start of a heavily scripted encounter. What's the what was that add-on that was from, who was it? I don't think it was Echoes, was it? There was the controversy, wasn't it, about the add-on that does the timeline thing. And that only realistically, I mean, A, because they were selling access to it, but B, because, you know, when encounters are so heavily scripted and so predictable, you have the ability to, even though there is no in-game information that's trackable, that something is going to happen, when the fights are so scripted and so predictable that you know that it's going to happen in the next few seconds anyway, without any information from the game, there are still ways and means around doing it. Keeping the challenge, but that's not a word. Ditching the complexity. There was an add-on that warned you where not to stand before the shit even hit the floor. Yeah, there's been some weird one, and that's because the fights are so scripted that once you've seen the fight throughout once, you know that, right, at 1 minute 22 into the encounter, a flipping fire pit is going to spawn, you need to not be standing on it. So then it can tell you in 3 seconds, this fire pit's going to spawn, get ready to move. It doesn't matter if they're keeping like private weak auras or anything, if shit's that scripted. But that's just, you know, that's encounter design, I suppose. Dungeon and raid fights will still be just as challenging, he said. Just not in a way that requires perfectly working weak auras. Our goal is to deliver a baseline, a consistent level of difficulty that meets players' expectations. We've seen discussions of whether WoW is harder than it used to be. If you measure that by player success rates, then no, Hazakostis said. Because gamers will do gamer things. Gamers will find a way to gamify something. Gamers will always find a way to succeed. But that, if the ways in which they find the way to succeed is by trivializing certain aspects, it means it creates a bigger delta between those people using the powerful weak auras and those who are not. So everything is going to feel exponentially more difficult if you are not using the weak auras, but when you can then completely trivialize it by using them, the success rates are still there. This is data analysis, and this is, in my opinion, data analysis done badly. Because if you measure it by success rates, then no. But if you measure it by pretty much any other metric, then yes. This is good old Ian Hazakostis being very PR. We might tune a heroic emboss for ahead of the curve to be something that takes a couple of dozen attempts for a guild that's in the core audience. What it takes to hit that mark has continually increased in terms of complexity because our players have got more sophisticated. And the add-ons around them have also got more sophisticated. With this move, Blizzard hopes to dismantle the arms race between add-on developers and boss mechanics. A fight like Blood Queen Lanathel in Icecrown Citadel had one simple mechanic: who to bite when you had a vampiric lust and were about to be mind controlled, that ramped up in difficulty over the course of the fight. It would have been trivialized by a combat weak aura. Referencing a 15-year-old boss to make a point to why weak auras are too strong today, though. I know that they're going to reference this because it's a good example, but it's still, it was a boss from 15 years ago. But yeah, the scenario is that back in the day you would be like, oh, who do I need to bite? Who do I need to bite? Who do I need to bite? Otherwise I'm going to mind control and wipe everybody. You had to either pre-plan that, or being in voice comms was easier, or you had to, like, you know, if you get the buff, then you bite this person. You had to plan that ahead of time. But now a weak aura would just do it. It would just tell you, bite it. Like, one person does the weak aura, and then whoever gets bit just gets told who to bite, and then, you know, put a flipping great big icon on them, go bite them. No stress, no confusion, no need for communication, no need for backups. A fight that had an exciting, frantic moment back in 2009 gets transformed into something pretty ho-hum. Less swirls, more fun for casters. In modern raids, players might see happy changes like the reduction in the number of bosses that frequently place random swirlies on the ground, a mechanic that the team has come to lean on because add-ons can't predict or help with it. Our classes weren't designed under the assumption that you're going to have unpredictable movements every few seconds, making those encounters less fun for caster characters, he said. We just want more variety in a diverse design space. Just play BM Hunter, mate. Problem solved. 100% DPS on the move. No problems whatsoever. Suck it, casters. The toughest modern bosses with mechanics that require players to clump up or head to specific spots might give a few more seconds to respond or have fewer spots to go to in a world without combat add-ons, he says. So when your combat add-on is screaming at you, in 3 seconds you all need to stack, and you can all start getting prepared to stack. When those get nuked, and your combat add-on isn't going to tell you that in 3 seconds you need to stack, you have to wait for something in-game to happen and everybody has to react to it. At least they might give you a few more seconds of reaction time instead of having the combat add-on. That feels a lot like a kind of a scenario where you could never really compare apples to apples, though. Because if you don't have the combat add-ons, how do you find that balancing point to what is an acceptable amount of time to give people? And so, you know, it's easy to say that the mechanics can then be made easier if there are no combat add-ons. But will they? Just move forward, yeah. If we know it's being sold for you and you're just being told to run to diamond, how is that challenging? How do we make it challenging? The only way is to give you 2.5 seconds so that you need some movement boost. You're taking a warlock gate from point A to point B, because otherwise anyone could do this. You can see the direction they're trying to go in, though, right? This is very... When you listen to all of this and you stack all of these points on top of each other, you can very clearly see that they are starting to share a very similar opinion to games like Final Fantasy, who have an incredibly strict no add-on policy. And I would feel that that probably gives the encounter designers a lot more freedom and creative license, because they can do, like, the encounter designers for WoW must have this constant problem of we could do this, which would be cool, and then somebody goes, oh yeah, but WeCore is, and they go, well, maybe we can't do that cool thing then. Because it will be cool, but it will be completely trivialized. And so what's the point? No changes for Classic, but plenty of changes to raid fights. These changes will likely not be implemented in Classic, where the team is careful to avoid messing with history. New features like the damage meter might be rolled out, but combat log and aura access is unlikely to be turned off. In the modern game, Blizzard knows this will force its developers to be better about making mechanics visible and readable. Well, this is also the point, isn't it? That do we think that Blizzard have been able to be complacent over the years with their encounters because they know, well, we don't have, like, you should have, like, the boss that's got the big axe should, like, if he's going to do a slam and it's going to one-shot your tank, it should be really well telegraphed, like 2 or 3 seconds before, that the boss starts animating and he's going to slam you on the head, and then boom, if you're standing in front of him, then that's your fault. And I think part of that also has to include just the rainbow spam. Like, the absolute rainbow spam. It's when you are playing a character, it's really cool when you pop off and your lightnings go in and your fireballs are going and all of that sort of stuff. But when you've got 40 people doing the same, it's just an explosion of color and you can't see shit. So in that regards, even if a boss is doing a massive, great big swing animation, you probably are not going to see it. So maybe they need to do more as well along the lines of making, like, abilities visible to you. Your ability, you can see you popping off, but everybody else isn't seeing you pop off. Everybody else isn't seeing your pyroblasts and your chaos bolts. Nobody else is seeing that. Everybody is just seeing you casting and, doing, being aloof, right? So that you can actually focus and concentrate on what the boss is doing. I think that would also need to be considered. I think, frankly, this will stop letting us off the hook when we fail to do so. If you're riding a Katamari ball on sticks, and if you run into one of these 3 nameplates, you wipe the raid. But there are 90 things on the screen, so good luck visually passing that. There are nameplate attachments and things the community has come up with to help solve the problem. We should have solved that problem. Visual customization of nameplates, including how big they are or what they look like, will still be allowed. But using conditional logic to change the way they look because of something the player or the enemy is doing, or a buff or debuff they have, likely won't be. Now, I don't do much of any of this whatsoever, but I know this is a huge thing in Mythic Plus. Making somebody's nameplate fucking huge and flash red when they've got a debuff so a healer can click on you and dispel you instantly is something that's like very common. But that is directly something they want to take away. Now, I don't really see how Blizzard addresses that themselves. Is it going to be that when you have that debuff, that you grow twice the size and you glow red instead? That would be Blizzard's way of saying, shit, that player over there, motherfucker's on fire, I better put him out, right? Instead of a nameplate just blowing up to 3 times the size, indicating that they've got a debuff on them. But then that puts a lot more emphasis on if a debuff is on you, it needs to also come with a custom animation and be very clearly obvious. And it has to be the predominant thing that's happening at a time. If it's an important thing, it has to be visually the most interesting thing on the screen at the time. In the future, we got to discern between multiple hues of a color to detect mechanics. Yeah, two slightly different. Visions is quite funny for this, by the way. Has anybody noticed in Visions, in the first area of Visions, you have the small purple circles that give you a buff. The big purple circles drain your sanity. Motherfucker, the amount of times I've stood in the wrong one. Like, that's... Yeah. In other words, Blizzard have just got to design their game better. And they're taking on the responsibility of doing that. And if they start nuking add-ons, they have nothing to hide behind. Because if they don't do that, and there's no add-ons to fix their fuck-up, then they are going to get all of the fingers pointed at them now. This is all pretty speculative, as the team is still working to solve problems that players have created mods for. Lethal casts in dungeons, for example, should be telegraphed much better. Literally, like I was just saying, like the big dude with an axe, you better see that he's about to swing his axe. Perhaps negating the need for mods that alert players when something bad is coming. No more tracking other players or enemies. Tracking of group abilities will no longer function in add-ons after the changes, so things like other players' cooldowns won't be visible, he said. That might in turn lead to dungeons with fewer interrupts in a pack of mobs, which might in turn lead to less reliance on classes with abilities that stop a whole pack of enemies from casting. How How do they stop this sort of stuff, though? Surely the add-ons just evolved to use a different method to do exactly this. I don't know how these add-ons work now, but I'm quite sure that if there's an API call that's like, what's that dude's cooldowns, it's much easier for an add-on to say, give me that information, and then I'll present it to whoever's using the add-on. What's to stop add-ons from creating a secret chat channel or an invisible chat channel? Lots of add-ons do this already, by the way. They use invisible, like CraftScan, for example, TSM uses it. Lots of add-ons use hidden chat channels to like present information. And then all of the players involved join that chat channel, and then that chat channel is just passed. What stops an add-on saying that when you press a cooldown, it writes that this cooldown was used in a chat channel? And then everybody else then can pass that information. Oh, at this point, this person used that add-on, and then just track it on screen. I don't know, because if Blizzard nukes the way that add-ons do it now, add-ons probably do it now the easiest way that it can be done now. This is where the constant battle, I think, comes from. Because are the add-ons just going to find a way to do this in another way? Like, are they just going to find a way to do it? Because like we've said 4 or 5 times, gamers do gamer things. They figure shit out, right? Like, they'll disable the ability to read chat too. I mean, maybe, but then that was just an example. But like they'll move that's from layman terms, because I don't know how these things particularly work behind the scenes. I'm just aware that is one way add-ons share information between players that also use the same add-ons, for example. If you don't ban for it, there will always be a way. Yeah. Players are already joking about going back to text macros for every cooldown. Yeah, slapping /say. X has used, bloodlust. X has used defensive Y. Slamming it all in trade chat. And then just having an add-on that passes it to track everything. I don't know. Incoming heals will no longer be trackable, nor will specialized buffs or debuffs. But if they need to be, that should be built into the game. It should be part of the default UI, he said. Same is true for tank swaps. If we're building an encounter where once your co-tank reaches 4 stacks of a negative effect and you need to taunt immediately, we should be giving you much better information on making that apparent. That is on us. So what they're going to do, are they going to have, the reality is they either need to just straight up steal the add-on and build it in so that you track that stuff, or they need to go the visual approach. Could it just literally be that when if a tank can only have 4 stacks of a debuff, that the tank has an icon pop up above them when they have the debuff, and it's native to the game. Everybody else can see it, and the other tank needs to be watching for when that number goes to 4, then they taunt. Everybody else could be like, dude, the number's 6, you should taunt now. If they build it into the game, sure. And in LFR, when that one tank says, why have I got the number 12 above me? That's when you kick them. So, yeah, they got to figure this stuff out. Another issue they want to make more visible is diminishing returns in PvP and PvE, where stuns or other crowd controls become less effective after repeated casts until an enemy is immune. We have this very important mechanic, and really, unless you're using an add-on, it's not super obvious. We should make that obvious. I don't know of any way in the game they telegraph diminishing returns. I would be quite safe in saying that there are a lot of people that barely even know diminishing returns exist. Never mind how to track it and pay attention to it. And yeah. Part of the goal of mechanics is to create a problem that needs to be solved and a bit of a challenge that feels satisfying once you overcome it. Yeah, installing a weak aura doesn't really fulfill that need, does it? This is the thing. The goal is to keep a similar number of wipe counts for normal, heroic, and mythic encounters, early versus late, similar success rates, but to tailor that to a world where the problems are, once again, in the player's own flesh and blood hands to solve. Not an algorithm or a weak aura. He wasn't able to use the word weak aura, was he? But he basically used the word weak aura that you download. It is absolutely the war on weak auras, isn't it? How would you even make diminishing returns visual? Yeah, it's difficult. That's why they're top of their game devs. They need to figure this shit out to create the best game they can make. If they copy the add-ons, I'd lose all hope. It's a game, make it cool. This is kind of like what was sort of spoken about a little bit more up here. That the reality is that shit should be telegraphed better. If they make a better game, fundamentally, if the game is better from their perspective, there is less of a need for the add-ons in the first place. Most add-ons come about because of a need of players that hasn't been filled by Blizzard themselves. So the whole principle is if Blizzard fill the need for you to be able to do something in the first place themselves, you then don't need the add-on. It's only that after 20 years, it's kind of got a little bit out of hand that we've got to this point where we then actually have to have a war on the add-ons to push them all back again. Because, yeah, collectively, it's a little bit over the top. Secondly, like I was mentioning earlier, there is obviously, not only do they probably want to tone back the strengths of add-ons just generally, because they also simultaneously probably want to pull it so far back that the game can be well supported on console, on Game Pass. Microsoft are probably like, we're going to do this in 4 years' time. You better make the game work, right? It's probably, the big bosses have probably got it scribbled on that like 2027, WoW goes on Game Pass. Motherfuckers, you better have fixed it by then. And so Blizzard are now like, right, okay, shit, we have to do this, we got to do that, we got to do this. You know? Because if it goes onto Game Pass or it goes onto console in its current state, it won't succeed. So they have to get it to a point where it will succeed. Because failure is not an option. Not when you've just spent $69 billion. When you've spent giggity dollars buying a company, that company is not allowed to fail. This is where the rumor mill can start churning for what happens after the last Titan, right? That's probably the cutoff point. It makes sense, right? It's logical that we have Midnight, we have the last Titan, and then something big happens. And if they're going to do something big, like push the game to console, like heavily change the direction of the game in somewhat shape or form, it's the time to do it. It's absolutely the time to do it. What's the Chinese guy that's guessed every single expansion pack say? I don't know. Should get him on Discord. Azeroth Reforged console game. Cataclysm 2.0. if these are all, if over the next 4 years of the end of the War Within, Midnight, and Last Titan, if over that period of time we get every patch, we get one baby step, another baby step, another baby step, another baby step, then we'll eventually be at the point where they'll be able to say, right, now we do this. Now it's the next chapter. The game will basically become Wildstar after the Last Titan. I don't think that's a good thing, because Wildstar didn't last that long. I never played Wildstar, actually. But it seemed to have some interesting concepts. But I'm not entirely sure. I don't know the story of Wildstar to where it came from and where it died. I don't know the story of Wildstar particularly. So I can't really comment, but interestingly, for whatever reason, people do seem to generally have quite a positive view of Wildstar. I never really hear anybody say it was terrible. So I don't really know why it died. But yeah, I thought that article was quite interesting, and it definitely sparked, it gets the brain going. Gets the brain going, and it's actually interesting because not often do we get much of an insight on Blizzard's perspective on things. Often when we get over the last couple of years, Blizzard have done a much better job with content creator interviews, where they're like, oh, the content creator, you can ask whatever you want. But then Ian gives his very politically correct PR responses to stuff. And often the questions aren't really deep or nuanced enough to really extract information. Whereas these interviews that we've seen, like this PC Gamer interview, has done a really good job of actually extracting a little bit of insight to what Blizzard's mentality is behind the next steps with stuff, which we don't actually often get, which was cool to see. Swigs, that's a good start. We'll start with Swigs. We'll kill some more rares, and then we'll get back to finishing off Alchemy from yesterday, because that's on the need to be finished list for today. It died because it was a terrible game. If it was popular, it wouldn't have died. Well, I would have that assumption as somebody that never played it, but that's clearly not the case, because I never really hear anybody say anything overly negative about it, indicating to me that those that did play it tend to quite enjoy it, yet it still died. So, yeah. I don't know how that works. Weekend bonus, hi gang. Welcome in, Woo. Yeah, a little bit of a bonus Saturday stream. The wife has got some family commitment today, which I was fortunate enough to not have to attend. So, on that basis, I was like, you know what? I'm going to be sat here playing some video games anyway. Let's throw the stream up. Popularity does not necessarily relate to running costs and sustained income. Yeah, well, yeah, obviously, games, especially MMOs, are businesses first and foremost. And if you do not generate the revenue, you could have, technically, the most fun game ever created. But if the revenue does not support... It was too buggy and the leveling was a bit meh. Okay. Yeah, I kind of feel I've done myself a little bit of disservice really over the years, because I've not really dipped into many other MMOs. I mean, I really didn't give Final Fantasy XIV a fair shout. We played it for a couple of weeks on stream. I made the mistake, and this is entirely my own fault. I made the mistake with Final Fantasy XIV of wanting to do the MSQ on stream. And what this led me to do was not play it in my own personal time, because I wanted to do the MSQ on stream. And unfortunately, what that meant was that there was periods of time where I wanted to play it, but I actively chose not to play it because I wanted to stream it. And unfortunately, that meant that the bug of a brand new game and leveling and enjoying a brand new game didn't catch me when it probably could have done if I was more willing to play it offline in my own time and then just stream, like, the highlights of it. I was concerned with Final Fantasy that the main storyline, the MSQ, was so important to the game that it should be something that I streamed. When the reality is that I probably should have just played it, enjoyed it, got good at certain aspects of it, and chatted to you guys about it at the same time. So I kind of did a bit of a boo-boo there. New World was fun, though. We played New World. New World was fun until the end game, because there wasn't any. Boy, did we chop some trees, though. But unfortunately, we never went back to New World. And it seems to have a bit of a torrid... New World seems to permanently be fighting against its own players and bad decisions from a development perspective. Guild Wars 2 is one that people keep telling me I should give it a go. Because once again, I never have. Nitro Swigs, Tally Thwack. We've done the Hotel 4. I didn't start me flipping timer, did I? It's a bit late to start my timer now. Let's double check. Have we done... We haven't done Flyboy on this team yet. Let's go scout, see if Flyboy... Flyboy does look to be up on this one, actually. So maybe let's get a quick Flyboy kill. And not do too much more on this team, because I've lost track of how much time I've spent on it. But if it rares up, we kill it. Try Guild Wars 2. It's great. I'm always consciously aware of that I don't have time for 2 MMOs. This is also... This is partly... It's not an excuse, but I think it's a reasonably good reason. I know categorically that I don't have time to play 2 or I don't... It's not even time. I'm lucky. I'm very, very lucky. I do have the time. I have the time to play 2 MMOs. But what I don't have is the ability to play 2 MMOs. I kind of play games in a way that when I'm playing that game, I'm all in. I don't tend to play many games outside of World of Warcraft when I'm playing World of Warcraft. And if I do go play another game, it's usually I put World of Warcraft down and I go play that other game until I've done playing that game, and then I go back to WoW. I'm not very good at multi-gaming, which is why a second MMO is always scared me, because it will force me to choose. And without getting too into the business side of things, what I've been able to develop over 4 years playing World of Warcraft is not something that I'm totally ready to let go of. Because it is without question the best job, to call it that I've ever had. And to risk it by going and playing another game that I could or could not, may or may not enjoy, is a difficult decision to make. Guild Wars 2 has the best die system and has some really great stories. I once had to stop playing for a while to get over a story moment. Well, that's cool. That's kind of what I was sold Final Fantasy 14 on. That the main storyline is, I was told that I can't remember the expansion names or whatever, but I was told that the first chapters or so were a bit meh, but if you get past that, then the story's then really good. And I kind of feel as if I never got to the really good bit. Right, let's do a quick scout to see if Candy or Vivi is up. If they are, we will kill them. If they're not, we'll move on. Unless Chief happens to also be up. Wow, literally nobody anywhere. No Vivis, no Candies, no Chiefs. Are these all on different shards? 97, 63, 63, 60... Oh, no, some of these are on the same shard. Okay, well, this team was just not going to happen, was it? Let's move you back and move on.
Is that yours? What?
Start logging you out. I'm like that too. If I'm playing a game, it's pretty much that game unless my mates want to jam something. Yeah, I kind of... I'm a bit all or nothing when it comes to gaming. I'm all in on a game or I put it down. Bouncing between a couple of games. Somebody, like, you look at... Or I at least look at people like Carnage, who... somehow has the ability to be like playing 4 games simultaneously, and I just physically can't do that. I can't get, because when I'm hooked on a game, I'm hooked. Like, I go to bed wanting to play that game. I wake up wanting to play that game. You know, that's when a game's got its claws into me. And if I'm in that mode, I can't just like, I can't casually play something else for a bit. No, I want to play the game that's got its claws into me, you know? But maybe we'll give Guild Wars a go at some point. I've actually got a little bit of a more open schedule in the next few months now, based upon the fact that we've found out that GTA 6 is not turning up until May next year. I was expecting GTA 6 to turn up September, October time this year. And with expecting that to turn up, we were also going to do a GTA 5 adventure prior to its launch to build hype for GTA 6, and then obviously however long it takes to enjoy GTA 6. But that's all been delayed until next year now. So that gap that I was kind of saving for some Grand Theft Auto play could potentially be used instead for a possible Guild Wars adventure, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Guild Wars 2 does horizontal gearing, so even if you're away from it for ages, you won't be that far behind in gear. Unlike WoW, where you're behind if you don't play for 2 weeks. Interesting. How does that work then? How does gearing stay interesting if you're not? How does that work? Clearly my ideas on how gearing works are very embedded in you know, World of Azeroth. Swigs and Thwack. We need Tally and Nitro. Tally, Nitro, and then a World Tour. Well, there's Nitro. There's not Nitro. That's a lie. Or did I not phase? Let's try that again. I'm not sure I actually phased with that. Yeah, I didn't phase properly. You know what Rockstar's like? They don't release a game until it's perfect. Well, I damn hope so. I mean, 10 years in the making. As stupid as it sounds, I've already bought a PlayStation 5 to be able to play it. Because obviously it comes out on console first. I just flipping hope they don't release PlayStation 6 or something out the blue. I'm going to feel real dumb. But right, Tally's not up anywhere, so let's go on a brief little world tour. It doesn't look like Flyboy's up anywhere either, nor does it look like the Junk Wall is up anywhere. So let's take a quick trip to the Galagio, see if we can snag a... oh, literally Tally's just spawned, oh well, whatever. See if we can grab a Grimewick kill, or get lucky and have Junk Wall spawn while we're there. Or none of the above, if it's not up on any realm. Nope, none of the above. No Flyboy. No Flyboy. No Junk Wall. No Grimewick. Let's head down south, see if we can get some in. We've nearly spent our allotted time on this team anyway. So if we can get a VV or a Candy kill. Our Chief's up. We could go and get a Chief kill. That's one of the weeklies bashed out, which is worth. And there's a VV up on this realm. Let's grab. Oh, and Candy was up on my home realm then.
Pipes were not rated for this much pressure.
Let's grab a few kills down here before we move on, to make this team a little bit more worthwhile today. Guild Wars 2 works fine. You get by just fine with your epics and don't really need the legendaries at all. But is that not like saying in WoW you get fine with 630? You get by fine with 630 item level? I don't know. Maybe I need to see it to understand it. Call me skeptical. It's not like me, is it? Right. Did I kill that without being in a team? I'm clearly Delulu at this point. Okay. Right, let's get quick Chief Foreman kill out the way. Right, you get in the car, you get in the car. Is Chief up? Yeah, he's there.
A lot of Venture's bombs are past
Put you dudes there.
and too dangerous to keep around.
I'm gonna grab the other two.
Grab a diffuser and get them decommissioned.
They could have driven themselves there, but I like to transport them because they've got like negative gear. Right, let's max range it so the rockets don't hit me. Oh, it nukes my pet though. Ah, priest friend. I'd have preferred you not doing that. Oh, my pet's dead again. Oh, it's all going horribly wrong. Priest pulling aggro on the bombs didn't help. Usually my pet takes those and they just get deleted on sight. Right, we're gonna... Oh, do I not? Oh no, please don't tell me. Oh, I haven't even set my Hearthstone on these dudes. What a donkey. Alright, well we're gonna have to take them back the manual way. Trying to break my streak again. Sorry, not deliberately. I did kind of half pre-warn people that there could be a stream today. Right, Flyboy's also spawned. I'm wondering if it's worth... Since we've not had too much value out of this team otherwise. Let's go see if we can quickly get a Flyboy kill. I'm spending too long on this team now, but if it gets the weekly stuff out of the way, it's worth it. Progression in Guild Wars 2 is a lot more horizontal. I think you catch up easy in WoW these days. 4 days played and you're basically 90% up to speed. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure you can take a brand new fresh character and within a week be like good. Even if you're not playing hardcore. I mean, I've kind of joked before that you can have a 4-day weekend. You can level to 80 on Friday. You can get reasonably geared up on Saturday. You can go run the raid on Sunday. And you can be planning your next ult by Monday. Like, it's whilst WoW is an MMO, by most metrics, it simultaneously is... if you know what you're doing, you can very quickly bang it out. The thing that slows most people down in this game, I think, is probably just lack of game knowledge. So it takes a novice of the game 5 times longer to get to the same point as somebody that's played the game for 20 years or is keeping up with what's what. Right, next team. I don't think I've got many more teams to do. Takes more than a week to catch up on ATT though. Oh, it does. But you're a special breed of player if you're addicted to ATT. Nobody gets into WoW and the first, you know, nobody buys World of Warcraft and then the first add-on they install is ATT. Don't call my obsession an addiction. Right, let me grab a drink quickly, hang on. Alrighty. Took a quick bathroom break and all. Right, swig skill. Reset timer. Go. Did a complete Windows reset and reinstall. I actually believe ATT was the first add-on I installed back. Yeah, but you were reinstalling. That's not the same. Second bartender. Oh yeah, then it's just alphabetical. Yeah, I see where you're going with that one. I tell you what, it's going to be an interesting mailbox opening on Monday to see how many Mechanicas we get. Because this might actually end up being a full 7-day farm week on top of a slight change to the weekly world tour. Flyboy appears to be available on this realm. Let's test that theory.
Dim lightin' and absolutely no airflow. Perfect day for a race.
I'm actually once again missing one of the pets and one of the mounts from having all of them in stock. So there's also clearly I'm clearly still doing well enough selling them. Although I can start to see a few people getting a bit itchy to sell their mounts specifically. Such as that I've started to see some pretty aggressive undercuts from time to time. And this is something that I was kind of concerned might happen. That because the value of each pet and the value of each mount is so high, there is a very limited audience of people that are willing to spend that much gold on a single pet or mount. Meaning, even if you do put the work in to farm these out, you may not necessarily get your payday very quickly. Which is fine for somebody that, like myself, that doesn't really need the gold quickly. But if you've spent a bunch of gold setting this up, and you've spent a lot of your gold setting this up, you might start to get quite itchy to get a payday. Even if that means shaving a couple of 100,000 gold off the value of a mount or something to promote a quicker sale. Oh no, shit, I tried to interrupt the wrong ability. Oh no, this is going to cause me problems now. My interrupt's on cooldown when I need it not to be on cooldown. Because I need forking voltage to not hit me. Oh, we should be fine. He's far enough away. We've outranged him. Ranged for the win. Note about Guild Wars 2 that it's also free to play. Has abysmal storage space unless you unlock more by paying. As well as very few character slots. But you do get to try it and can do a lot without paying anything. I don't mind that monetization model so much, to be honest. That, unironically, seems a bit more fair to me. I know Path of Exile does a similar thing, that you have basically zero storage space unless you pay. Which I tend to think is at least fair. Can I send pet in? Pet taunt? Pet taunt. Drag it this way, please. No! Son of a... Alright, I'll at least pull it out this way. Are we going to get credit for this? I don't think we have. We haven't pulled it far enough. Oh, no, we did. Woo! You don't have to move Grindwick much, you know. He doesn't have to move much off his spawn point for you to get credit on these dudes. Okay, well, that's technically time over on this team. Unless I wish to push any more. We missed Tally, we missed Thwack, we missed Nitro, so we got very few of the hotel rares, meaning I am going to do an extracurricular, even if it takes another minute or two, to try and see if the southern rares are spawned. Somebody who's good at goal making can buy a lot of things without using real money, but the expansions do cost real money. So there's a similar economy system, which is cool. Chili, did you work for Guild Wars? I am joking. I am joking. No, this is good because, like, it's the kind of information that is relevant to me. That even if I looked up a review, even if I looked at a review, it might not give me information that's relevant to me. ArenaNet are not sponsoring me, so I'll stop talking about Guild Wars 2 now. Oh, you literally did state that, sorry. I didn't read. I'm not keeping up with chat very well. I could get all 3 mounts now for the price I paid for the crowd pummeler. Woof! Spicy meatball. Yeah, I still haven't crafted or learnt that one. And I also don't really intend to just yet. Right, I've wasted more time than I need on this team. Meaning I'm quite aggressively looking to maybe kill Chief on this team as well, if we can. Just so it's, by spending the extra time, I'm getting some solid value out of it, which is one of the weekly kills. Because they do have a much higher drop rate. Like by a multitude as well. Chief is that Scrap Chewer. No, damn. Damn Strawberry Jam. We're not getting the love we're looking for in this team. You win some, you lose some. We move on. We go again tomorrow. Unless, who's that? Who's that? Garbage. Can we grab that garbage before he's dead? Oh, if I had some turbo, we might. That'll do. Garbage kill, would take that one. Garbage has the absolute worst drop rate on Mechanicas though. Like sub 1%, terrible. At this point, my little 5-minute timer's become a little bit not worth the effort, isn't it? Right, let's log these dudes out. They're done. They're done. As of yesterday, the average value is still declining. I was wondering this, actually. So we've got region lowest values of hit 6 figures. The region median price is also slightly coming down by the looks of things. The value per Mechanica on the mounts is about to drop below 50k. So what have we got? 11th, 12th. So we've gone from 10,000 total Mechanica We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row where the number's exactly the same on the total Mechanica, which can't possibly be a thing. It can't possibly be that +1, -1 on available mounts. Maybe it is. Value per Mechanica slowly dropping. And the total realm coverage is slowly rising. Maybe maybe this is actually due to the fact that some people are now starting to spread them out a little bit more. Maybe we are actually starting to see a little bit of buying from the high pops, taking them to the low pops. So it's not taking any stock out of the market per se, but it is redistributing it more so. Interesting. It's Mechanica required multiplied by the number available. 85,000 per Mechanica is the NA price. Is that Goldson's that still using my TSM string? Because that's now down to... That's down to, what did I say earlier, 55? 55 on EU. So 30,000 gold sale difference between Team NA and Team EU, which is actually wild. That's a lot. Okay, I've still got more characters to do than I realised. Maybe we should be a little bit more strict on just doing the hotel rares on a few of these. That's a good realm. This could be a king realm here. Right, this team has also only done Slugger for the week. So another team that might actually be worth spending a few more minutes on if we can get a couple of the weekly kills out of the way. Especially if we can get the 4 hotel rares like 1, 2, 3, 4. I haven't even got to me flipping alchemy characters today. I'm going to have to, once they're up and running and we're just farming knowledge points to get them full build, I'm going to have to prioritise them as, like, literally the first thing I do every day. Oh, we've just lost Nitro. That's annoying. Is Thwack still available? Or did other players go the other way around? Thwack's still up. We'll take him. If we miss Nitro, we miss Nitro. Anybody who set up a thaumaturgy character somewhat recently, does anybody have a rough estimation to how long in terms of weeks it takes to get it set up? I'm feeling 2 weeks is probably enough if I keep on top of the patron orders. Because it's like 200, is it, what is it, 200, 265 knowledge points or something to get full build? I wish I could remember. Yeah, I'm setting up 4 thaumaturgy characters, so these bonus accounts can be doing something whilst I'm like doing visions or delves or something on my main. But I'm getting it done now because I know there's a bit of a ramp up time before they're actually useful. We were doing it mostly on stream yesterday. We were actually setting up the We spent most of the day yesterday setting up the enchanting side of them, which is the funnel of the funnel for the artisan security, so that we can go full build on alchemy like instantly. Takes about 4 weeks. Okay, we'll figure out how to do that a bit faster. Okay, we've missed Nitro, but that's not a problem. Let's take a trip up north, because we should get a flyboy kill. I like to get a flyboy kill out the way if we can, because then we never need to go north again. It's the only reason we go up north. There we go, there's a shard with flyboy on. Join up that one. Oh, we missed it. Okay. Somebody else had the same idea. Did any others have flyboy? We got some we got some market research farming going on my home realm. No, none others have flyboy. Let's go to the Galagio, see if we can get junk wall or Grimewick on anybody. We've only got a minute left on this team. No Grimewick, no junk wall. No Grimewick or junk wall anywhere. Oh, now Flyboy turns up. You taking the piss? Okay, well, you win some, you lose some. Quick. Back up. Reverse. Should have waited 10 seconds.
Hey, you! We got a mech that's out of control here. Could use a few hands to shut it down. You in?
There he is. Is everybody in? Everybody in. You can get Guild Wars 2 via Steam these days. Now I'm off to do Saturday things. I'll have a little look. Alright, well, we got a couple of the hotel rares. And we got Flyboy out the way. So, it's a win. We'll head back to the hotel. And we'll call it a day on this team, move on. Get these last few bashed out a bit faster. Spent too long on this today. Sal's a good one to kill, but he's annoying because I have to shuttle everybody over there.
And absolutely no airflow. Perfect day for a race.
Then there's me, still only got one Mechanica, but then I haven't really been farming for them. Not even the basic activities. There's quite some chatter on the internet at the moment about Mechanicas, on how people have got very, very low quantities of them and are pushing for a buff on them. But then these people don't seem to be very critical in their opinions, because much like yourself, they have only got very few of them. But then if you dig, you find out that these players haven't done anything even remotely to try and get any. And you're like, well, can you really expect to have that many of them if you haven't tried to get them? I made a post on the WoW Creator Discord the other day to try and give people some insight to the best ways of getting them, just stating that, you know, rares are this percentage roughly, dumpsters are this percentage, farms and market research for every 2,000 you get a Paragon box, and that guarantees you like 1 or 2. And the response I got was, oh, Greedy Goblin just wants to sell 1,000,000 gold mounts. I was like, well, why the fuck do I bother then? Like, you try and help people and they throw it back in your face, so... But this tends to give me the impression that it wouldn't be overly surprising to see a buff to the drop rate on these at some point. Even though I don't still think Blizzard will do it, because I think Blizzard, whoever designed the Mechanica system, is quite proud of their system that they built, because it's whichever method you go, whether you do dumpster farming, or whether you do rare killing, or whether you do 2x4 farming for market research, whichever direction you go, you have a very similar Mechanica per hour kind of value. And so it's clearly very carefully been designed, which makes me think that they're going to also be similarly reluctant to buff it, because then they have to rebuff kind of everything, unless they just go, oh, here you go, change cola cans for Mechanicas on a vendor, and then that just basically nukes all of everything prior to it, and then instantly would make cola can farming the meta for them. Like, it's just like, I think whoever designed it internally at Blizzard is a little bit unwilling to bend the knee. But at the same time, the same logic applies. If enough people make enough noise about something, it gets changed regardless. Either way, unless the buff was something absolutely silly, like your first rare kill a day gets you a Mechanica sort of thing. Unless the buff was absolutely silly, this farm and the way I've got it set up is pretty bulletproof. Because if they buff any one of the singular ways to get Mechanicas right now, especially if they increase the buff, especially if they buff the rares, I just win more. Like, I'll have more Mechanica, which means I can get more pets and mounts. Yeah, the per sale price will reduce, but that will also then simultaneously open it up to a much wider audience of people. Like I mentioned earlier, when a pet is 250k and when a mount is over 1,000,000 gold, your target audience to sell them to is kind of small. If they buffed them and doubled the drop rate on them, then the value of the pets would probably half almost overnight. And then a lot more people would be willing to buy them. So I kind of don't lose either way. Chief, Flyboy, and the Junk Wall are done on this team, so maybe a quick check for the bonus ones, as the hotel rares don't seem to be awake. Any Grimewicks? No. Oh, there's a Grimewick on this route. Let me pull it, please. Let me pull it, please. Don't kill it there. Please don't be killing it there. Oh, you've placed a flipping statue and everything. Oh, we've still got credit for it. Oh, maybe we'll let it off. Thwack is also spawned on this shard. These dudes are in range of Thwack standing here too. So as far as I'm concerned, like, even a buff to the current methods would still probably mean that I'd just be able to farm more Mechanica. It's if they did like a tinderbox level, well, we'll just throw it on a vendor kind of fix, that it would kind of screw things up a little bit. But the reason they did a tinderbox fix was because it's directly linked to player power, whereas pets and mounts are considered, you know, well, they're pets and mounts, aren't they? They're Blizzard is not going to be overly... The pushback on pets and mounts is not going to be anywhere near as strong as it is on my blacksmithing crafting gear is costing 50,000 gold. This is not acceptable. Oh, okay, then have some cheap tinder boxes.
Rated for this much pressure. Go patch up the leaks pronto.
No candies, no VVs either. No candies, no VVs either. Damn. Not been very lucky on these last couple of teams. Oh well, log them off. Next one. Log them off. No value in waiting about.
Yeah.
I don't need it to be buffed. I need the Undermine to click with me. I think the Undermine's a really cool zone. It's gelled with me quite nicely. I can't argue that the fact that there's something that has been quite lucrative to do here has definitely helped. But this is why I think that this is why I quite like the Mechanica system, and that it ramps up the more you play the zone. And if you are just single accounting it, like most players are, nearly everything you're doing in the zone is in somewhat shape or form going to push you more towards getting more Mechanica. Because if you're doing your world quests, if you're doing the side gigs, if you're gaining reputation with the sub-factions, you're going to be working towards Paragon boxes. As you're killing literally anything in the zone, you're slowly but surely acquiring market research, which eventually, once you've maxed out Dark Fuse rep, will slowly work towards Paragon boxes. Every rare you kill, and chat lists are pushing you to kill rares, every rare kill is giving you a chance. As you increase your main reputation and you get past renown 13, dumpsters start turning up, so treasures should always be on your path while you're doing all of this. It was quite nicely woven in to the system. Did I not log these dudes on? I'm assuming it was you and you. Nitro Thwack, Tally, and Swigs would be a dream. Chief Flyboy Junkwall. Okay, this entire team's done the weeklies as well. So if we can just do the hotel ones. Take a quick... Okay, it's every rare but the one I actually really want. That's fine. Somebody went on an old instance pet shopping spree, sold a lot of them. Unfortunately, they don't have much value, but a sale's a sale. Good effort. Pets is a funny one. You'll often find that, and that you won't sell much at all, and then you'll sell half your stock in one go. And it's probably for that exact reason, that somebody's come along and they're like, right, I'm going to just blow 1,000,000 gold on buying all the pets I'm missing. Woo's probably the best one if he's still lurking. He's probably got loads of fun mailbox screenshots of that sort of thing happening. Where somebody's come along and out of nowhere bought like all of the protoform synthesis pets or something, you know, in one go. Happens all the time. 1 or 2 buyers making my day. Yeah, there we go. You sell nothing for a few days and then somebody comes along and takes half your stock in one go. To a lesser degree, I reckon people do that with recipes as well. Or it might not even be to a lesser degree these days. It wouldn't surprise me a lot if people level up Enchanting these days and then go to the auction house and just buy one of every recipe they don't have. I mean, I've been known to do that from time to time. Just splurge buy everything you're missing. If people do it on pets, I do it on recipes. I'm sure there's other categories where people do something similar. Right, that's the 4 hotel rares done nice and quick. Let's quickly get these guys on a brief world tour. See if we can grab a Grimewick, because we killed those 4 hotel rares super fast. So if we can snag a... If we can snag a Grimewick candy and a VV kill within the next couple of minutes, it makes it a very optimal 5 minutes. A very optimized few minutes at least, which is cool. I am somewhat more liking this kind of passive approach to hitting some of the weekly rares, rather than trying to do all of the weekly rares in one go. It requires a little bit more focus to what you're doing on each team at any given moment. But I think overall it will average out that I end up hitting more of the weekly rares without feeling as if I'm putting in too much more effort doing it, which was a big part of it for me. Okay, you want to stay there? We'll stay there. I do it when stocking up too. I'll often buy 10 pets from one server, but that's only when I know it's at the region lowest. Yeah, but that's also probably 10 of the same pet as well, isn't it? That's not like a variety. You'll have spotted that somebody has dumped a bunch at like below market price, cheapest in the realm, and you'll just go, all right then, I'll have those, thanks. Right, candy is up on these shards. Seem to have candy a few places. Have we got anywhere that's got VV as well? You. We can hit them both at the same time.
Oh, these pipes were not rated for this much pressure. Go patch up the leaks pronto.
So this is going to work out nicely. Within 4 minutes, we're going to have hit the 4 hotel rares, Grimewick, Candy, and VV. 7 rares within 5 minutes. We take those sorts of results. Doesn't happen on too many teams, but it will absolutely pay off by the end of the week. One thing I would also point out is that me hitting more of these weekly rares and more of these bonus ones that are outside the hotel, that are within easy flight point distance, it's really stacking up the XP on these characters fast as well. Because weirdly, things like Scrapbeak, for example, a kill on Scrapbeak is worth like nearly 10,000 XP, which is just madness. I haven't quite figured out what makes them, why some are worth so much more XP than others. But I spotted it the other day. I think it was like 8,500 gold for a Scrapbeak kill. 8,500 XP, sorry. I mean, even at level 73, we need 300,000 XP for a level, but, you know, over time, these characters are working their way to 80. At least it means when I do want to try and push them to 80, I've got less levels to do. Right, I've got 3 more teams to do. Chief and Flyboy done. We'll start with the Slugger, because that's a weekly. Reset our timer.
Dog fuse. Again?
Well, especially since somebody's already killing Slugger. It means he goes down a bit easier.
They found it.
He still nuked my pet. Can we get to Thwack?
Dim lightin' and absolutely no airflow. Perfect day for a race.
Swigs, Tally, or Nitro, please. No Swigs, Tally, or Nitro. Chief and Flyboy are done. A Junk Wall kill wouldn't go amiss. Anybody got Junk Wall up? Nobody's got Junk Wall up. But if Swigs, Tally, and Nitro are not going to spawn,
How you doing, pal?
maybe we go Scout for Grimewicks. Grimewicks or Junk Walls. Annoyingly, I've just realised 4 of these dudes are on the same shard. That's going to make things problematic, isn't it? But Grimewick is on this one, and he's up. My teams are still not perfectly optimised, so that we have 5 separate shards every time. But you win some, you lose some. The fact that long term I want them to double up as my individual, one character on every realm flipper dudes, means that the teams can't easily be perfect. Right, any junk walls? Nope. Let's try going down south with these guys. We've missed a nitro spawn actually by the looks of things.
Dim lightin' and absolutely no airflow. Perfect day for a race.
Oh, these pipes were not rated for this much pressure. These pipes were not rated
I often
for this
find
much
though,
pressure.
even on the teams where I've accidentally got like 2, if not 3 of them on a single shard, it still doesn't make... It's still not tragic every time. Because you still will sometimes find that one realm just has a lot of rares up at one time, and you still sort of... You catch a break that way. 5 separate tunes, 5 separate shards every time is obviously the dream. Right, Nitro is up here. Nitro's dead. We've only got about 20 odd seconds left on this team anyway. No Swigs and no Tally. All Swigs has just spawned. That's a good way to finish this team off, to be fair. We take that. Swigs kill. Can never complain about a Swigs kill. Mine aren't perfect, but I'm going to rationalise down to 15 teams, I think, with perfect splits. Not got the time to do this daily long term. Yeah, I've said from the word go, 21 teams is too many. But once the accounts are more self-sufficient with other stuff, hence when we get, you know, a couple of thematigists and stuff, once they've diversified their revenue to make them pay for themselves a little bit more comfortably, I will probably do the same. But I will keep pushing the 21 for now, as it's each secondary account's main source of funding itself, if you know what I mean. Once the cross-realm flipping scales up, but scaling that is a time thing. But once we've got thematigists on them, and once we've got prospectors on them, and they're able to they're able to do their thing a little bit more effectively, we can tone down the mechanic of farm a bit more. Yeah, I've got 21 teams, 84 characters in total. 70 plus, that is. I think it's is it next week we get Burning Crusade time walking? Next week, if we get Burning Crusade time walking, then I'll spend a little bit more time pushing some of them to 80. Not that them being 80 right now, or at least with what we know right now, is important, but just because in case something interesting turns up in 11.2, which there's always a chance. I live by the theory that I'd rather have something in place and not need it than need it and not have it. I remember once upon a time Preach said when he was talking about how he plans to when he chooses his character to go raiding with, that he looks at characters and he weighs different classes up based upon what he sees as required to be like game ready in his eyes. So like when he looked at a druid, for example, his argument against playing a druid was that he would feel as if he needs to be raid ready on all 4 specs. Not because he needs to be, but because he wants to be, to feel as if he's playing to the way he likes to play. So for him to main a druid in raid would be difficult because he's got to have 4 specs raid ready, 3 of which are different roles. You know, a tanker, healer, a DPS, a tanker, healer, and 2 DPS specs, which made it for him choosing to be a druid a very difficult choice because he knows it's a lot of effort. I kind of have a similar but different approach with gold making. I would rather have all of the professions up and running and ready to like take advantage of something, even if I don't know that something is coming, than wait until something does happen and then try and quickly react and get ready for it, sort of thing. And weirdly, I've somehow got it in my head that having a level 80 on every single server in the EU is a way to get ready for something for 11.2. Not very logical a thought, on the grand scheme of things, but it's one of those that if it pays off, it'll be funny. But we'll have to see. I didn't even set a flipping timer up on this character, did I? And I've done Thwack, Tally, Swigs, and Nitro. I've done the Hotel 4, and I haven't even set a timer. Chief, Flyboy, and Junkwall are all dead on this team as well. Meaning, since I forgot to put a timer on, we only actually have to do a quick scout run for Grimewick, Vivi, and Candy. So it doesn't matter too much. I forgot my timer. But yes, 21 teams is definitely too many.
Welcome to the best place ever.
There's no questions. It's definitely too many. It still takes me basically 2 hours to do it, which is unfortunately, even though it's incredibly lucrative, it's still farming. It's still farming, and it's still relatively repetitive. Meaning I just do not have the I knew for what I just do not have the patience to do this. Why am I doing this on this character? Get back. You are not prepared. Why was I even looking at this character? You are level 73 and you have no gear. Get back to the flight path. Had a bit of a brain moment there. New transmute in 11.2. Well, I mean that would be funny, wouldn't it? That would just be amusing. Not that I suspect it to be a thing. I don't see why they would add a new transmute in what's arguably the final patch and season of the expansion, but like I said, I'm not really keeping my fingers even crossed for anything particularly in 11.2 from a Goblin perspective. If this is what I have to run out the expansion by doing, I'll happily do that. It's not great content, mind, but it's hard to complain at 100,000 gold an hour.
Dim lightin' and absolutely no airflow. Perfect day for a race.
Oh, these pipes were not rated for this much pressure. Go patch up the leaks pronto.
Gotta love a good 17 multicraft proc on a potion. Those are juicy, those are. Those are lottery ticket standards, they are. Who's killed Vivi and left flipping Slimy? Son of a... I do it all the time. I just nuke Slimy down and Vivi gets AoE'd down. That's how I do it. And often they die at nearly the same time. Right, okay. I might not have set a timer, but that ended up being a reasonably optimized team. I think. Four hotel rares, 3 bonus rares. Weekly's already dead. Can't argue on those ones. I think my little add-on on the kiln time has lost the plot. Right, last team. Yeah, like I said, I'm still quite concerned this whole process takes me too long to actually do every day. I want to get it down. Like, if I can cut it down to an hour, like an hour's the dream. Like, you can spend an hour farming a day, right? An hour's the dream. If you can squeeze out as much juice as you possibly can in that 1 hour window, and then you can put it down, go do something else, means it's entirely manageable, and it is a nice, worthwhile side income. And that's kind of the point of it, really. It's good gold now, but it may not necessarily stay as good gold. And if it doesn't, you don't want to have built a process that takes you 4 hours a day to do, because then soon as the value of it goes down, you're just going to drop the whole thing. So this is why I want to optimize it to take maybe about an hour. But then even if the value goes down from like 100k an hour to like 60, 70k an hour, it's still worth doing it for an hour and then just forget about it, you know? Just as a little bit of a side hustle. Whereas it's not really a side hustle right now, it's a big operation. You say that and I'm here doing 2 to 5 hours a day of patron orders. Well, this for me was also my rationale for not doing too heavy alt army concentration builds. Because when your enchanting concentration is making you 20-25 gold per point of concentration, spending 4 or 5 hours a day or 4 or 5 hours going through each and every character, setting them all up, and you know, the time investment and the effort is worth it when the gold is also that high. But the issue then comes is that your time spent doesn't reduce with the gold either, particularly. That concentration builds, if you have to go through each and every character a few times a week, and you all of a sudden, instead of 20 gold per point of concentration, you're getting 5. Or what we've seen with many of the other professions, which is like 2 or 3 gold per point of concentration, all of a sudden the amount of time and effort it takes relative to the payout is just like, you ain't doing it at all, and you're more than likely to drop the whole system. Which is why anything that ends up taking you 3 or 4 hours a day is just risky, regardless of how lucrative it is. Thorn has mentioned in his recent video that the Undermine is going to be one of the best places to farm the 1117 Diablo event. Interesting how it will impact rares spawning. Yeah, I haven't looked into that event much, but all I do roughly know is that you kill a rare in the Undermine and there's a chance for it to spawn a portal. I should pay attention to that, really, because I'm literally killing 400 rares a day. Like, if there's anything lucrative from those portals, I'm going to be spawning them so often. There becomes a strong possibility, if there's anything lucrative from that event, that I can cash out big time on that one. I need to pay a little bit of attention to it, really. Is it in the map? Is it in the calendar yet? It's not for a little while, is it? When is it? Dastardly Duo starts on the 3rd. I can't remember when it is. Is it 1117 thing? Dastardly Duos ends in July. God, it goes on for a while, doesn't it? Don't know. Can't remember what it's called. Oh, gold-plated staff. Don't mind if I do. Bit of bonus gold. Right, what's that? Tally and Swig's done. Thwack and Nitro to go. Thwack and Nitro. Thwack and Nitro within a minute. Neither of them seem to be up, so let's take this opportunity to see if Dark Fuse is up. Because we can get Dark Fuse and Thwack technically from this flight point if Thwack does turn up. No Dark Fuse. Dark Fuse. It's not called Dark Fuse, is it? It's Grimewick. I always get those two confused.
Absolutely no airflow. Perfect day for a race.
I should just call him Bomb Dude. Don't pull him anywhere else. I'm pulling him here for a reason, motherfuckers. What are your thoughts on saving Flask enchants for next season's launch? Currently saving 50% of everything I make and selling the rest. Equally, probably not a bad idea. I've not done much sort of like market analysis yet to sort of determine when or where the low point might be. But you're not necessarily incorrect with that approach. In fact, that's quite a smart approach. Sell half of your stock and store the rest. I can give you some generalized historical data, which is that the final season of an expansion, which 11.2 will be, is usually the least valuable of a season from a goal-making perspective, because you often find that two things are happening simultaneously. Everybody wants everything, but at the same time, everybody's dumping everything because it's the end. The spike of demand is usually not as high in a third season, and the crash is often faster. But in terms of like saving concentration related stuff, I think you're probably, I mean, concentration stuff, to be honest, I tend to think, but I tend to believe that if you're crafting it profitably now, sell it, get your profit now. It's quick and easy gold, and it's not necessarily worth risking anything on it, would be my approach. But that approach kind of depends on how much you value the gold that comes from it anyway. If concentration crafting is only a side hustle for you in the first place, then you've got more wiggle room to take a bit of a gamble by not selling half of it now.
Go patch up the leaks pronto.
But if it's your main source of gold right now, you probably want to be taking the profits where they come, because you never know when the well dries up. Slime? What are you doing over here? Flipping slime dude over here. That means that dude pulled flipping Vivi as well and then ignored slime. And now me pigeons are trying to chase him down. Right, can I get to a shard where Vivi actually is? No, apparently not. Alright. Well, we'll call that a day then. I'm not messing about. Call it a day.
You looking for trouble? What?
We missed Nitro, but whatever. Right, let's log these dudes out. Let's go and have a little bit of a look at where we stand with our Alchemy tunes that we were setting up yesterday. I'm not selling any mats right now. I always have a full stock because I mostly craft old stuff. But now with housing recipes coming, who knows what they put in? That's true. I just waved at you. That's right. Ignore me. Wait, what? Huh? What did I miss? What did I miss? Were you stealing my rare kills? Sorry. Pigeons, not cocks today. They're cocks when I'm farming clips. Pigeons the rest of the time. Oh, we were killing the same rat. Oh, were we? Okay. I didn't notice. Right, let's quickly check the bank character. I also don't have friendly nameplates enabled, so I probably wouldn't have even spotted you, to be honest. Yeah, the mounts on Draenor are being listed really cheap right now. Not like realm-breakingly, like region-breakingly cheap, but cheaper than I'm willing to sell them for. Flipping hell, 920,000 gold on the rocket. Damn, that's the cheapest price I think I've ever seen. If there wasn't a 50k auction house fee for selling it at $1 million, I'd potentially even snap that up. 2 mounts. Like, this is like what I was saying earlier, right? The people are getting a little bit itchy to sell theirs. And that you are starting to see some deep undercuts happening. Like, my current TSM minimum price is set to 1.2 mil on the mounts. So 920 is a sizable amount under that. That's 36,000 per Mechanica. That's starting to get very cheap, that is. 36,800 per Mechanica, considering you, with the current process, you're basically saying that your farm, if you're doing that on a single account, if you're farming Mechanica on a single account, you are probably 2x4 farming market research, getting dark fuse boxes, and you're probably getting somewhere in the region of about 20,000 gold an hour doing it to be willing to sell that at 920k. That's starting to get very cheap. Is that the region cheapest right now? That could very well be the region cheapest. The fuck has Sungrass got to do with anything? Yeah, 920 is the absolute cheapest. 119 of them across the EU. But look at the They came down in value, and then they've sat at this price, and they've not really gone down any further than that, because most people are not really seemingly willing to let them go for sub $1 million gold. And I'd actually go as far as to say that the supply of them is also dwindling. Are we hitting flat lines? The supply of them has been going up and up and up and up and up, and now it's both the supply and also the price is kind of like the quantity of them is plateaued, or is plateauing. The price is still slightly decreasing, but the supply of them seems to have definitely slowed down. Saw one yesterday for 900k. Not worth the farm if people are dumping it this little. But yeah, that's interesting that we're like the quantity available is kind of almost looks like it's peaking. What about some of the other ones? Margin manipulator, a less popular one. Are we seeing something similar? We were starting to see the supply flatline. There's been a little bit of an increase of them here. We went from like mid 80s up to 105. So that was a 25% increase very quickly. Asset Advocator, 100 of these across EU realms right now. But yeah, we seem to be sort of peaking, and this is kind of what I thought, right? We would start to get to the point where they are present on every single server. Yeah, look at this. There's nearly one on every single server now. And there's only a few realms that seem to be breaking the mold on price as well. It'll be interesting to see then what happens in the next couple of weeks. Visions will take people's focus away. General sort of end of patch, end of season degradation in the player base will pull interest from these as well. Not to mention if people do spend time farming them and are then struggling to sell them, that will also disincentivize, I don't know what the right word is. It'll prevent people's interest in farming them. Interesting. But then weirdly, like the availability of a lot of the pets is way less. Like there's only 85 of these dudes across the whole EU. It's a pet that costs 1/5 of amount. But we are seeing a significant increase in quantity of them while simultaneously seeing a significant decrease on the pets. So the mounts seem to be plateauing, whilst the pets still seem to be going down in value, which is more to what I expected to see. I more expected the quantity of pets to rise quite quickly and the price to tank quite heavily as people try farm Mechanicas. They get like 6 or 7 of them and they're like, all right, I'm never going to flip and get 25 of these to get the mount. Let me just buy the pet and sell it and call it a day. Only 70 of the Steam Weedle flunky pets. It's kind of wild, you know, to see that there's less pets. There seems to be less pets than there are mounts. But we're also seeing similar trends that the prices are actually in free fall on the pets because the supply is skyrocketing. But why are people not distributing them out like they're doing with the mounts? Why are they all stocking up? Why have we got some servers with like 3, 4, 5 of them on? Why are these not being taken to everywhere where they basically don't exist? Where you could easily then say, right, well, we'll slap them in at 750. Why are people trying to compete more? And this may be playing a little bit more into my theory that on the bigger servers where most people are, they're cashing out on the pets because the thought of getting the mount, the thought of farming 25 of them to get a mount to sell is just flipping not happening. It might mean that Monday's mailbox opening, we just cash them all into pets and spread them about. If we get like 50 Mechanica on Monday, that's 10 pets. We'll just buy the same pet 10 times and just like slap it on 10 different realms here and be the only one selling it. No competition. GG, well played. People who are buying are discovering the Undermine exchange. I don't think even half the I don't think half the people that sell shit even know about the Undermine exchange, never mind the buyers. I had somebody try and tell me that that it was broken the other day because they didn't want to pay 1.2 million gold for a pet. And I was like, you mean the mount? And he was like, no, the pets. I was like, there's no way. I don't know what crack you were smoking, but like the fact that there's the most expensive price for the pets is like 700,000-800,000 gold. It goes to show that a lot of people, when they complain about stuff on the internet, will embellish the shit out of it and exaggerate the shit out of it, not realizing that there are people that know the numbers. Like somebody complaining that Mechanica should be buffed because they don't want to pay 1.2 million gold for a pet. And like the pets are not 1.2 million gold anywhere. Like I've been selling the pets for 250k. There's an exaggeration and then you're just taking the piss. And so you can quite quickly start to ignore those people. Interesting. Anyway, that wasn't necessarily what I was planning to do. I was going to go check see where I stand with my alchemy dudes. Which is you. Which is you. Which is you. And you. Right, quick pee break. Okie dokie. Right. So, I had on some of these started to get places with alchemy. The question is where did I get? Oh, this dude actually got alchemy leveled fully. Oh, that's a solid start. That's kind of important for the purpose of thaumaturgy. We got 25 knowledge points. We need a shitload of knowledge points So that's my next thing to figure out. I think I wanted to get all of them to level 100 first, because the way you do that is quite simple. You do a few experimentations, you find a potion, and then you craft a shitload of them. I reckon this dude has probably got a few stacks of frontline potions that will basically just be vended. But that was the way we get Alchemy leveled up. So we need to make sure we've done Alchemy leveled up. We got you to 50. You just need some vials. You need some mats to craft some of these. You seem to think that you've got access to the war bank. I don't really want to use the war bank mats if I can get away with it. Let's buy some mats for a grotesque vial. We need at least 50 plus some bonus crafts. Do we say 80? It's easy to just buy 100, isn't it? We can just sell the rest. Gilded vials we buy from the vendor. 1,200 microbloom. $400 lure drop. $400 Arathis spear. And then 500 gilded vials. Right, that should be enough to basically get us to 100 there. Wait, hang on. Use the shit I've just bought. Right, if we can get you to 100, what do you need? Where are you on your journey? You're also at 50. Potion of the Reborn Cheetah, that goes all the way to 100. So same again, let's buy mats to get that to tippity top. Whoa, easy Nelly. Jesus Christ. Orbited. Uh, 100 you, go. How we doing over here? 95. Still 95. Still green at least. It should give us the last 5. Hello? We're not getting any more points? Game doesn't love me. You're doing alright. 96. Go on, 4 more. 97. Come on, game. Don't do me like this. Where's my last 3 points? This one's going to finish before this one at this rate. 98. $99. Come on. 100. There we go. Right, stop crafting. Right, 91. You're going to take a hot minute, aren't you? Oh, you're in the same spot. Oh, you've got frontline potion. That goes to 100. $94. That's going to take a minute. Let's buy the mats we need over here. $100 of you, 1,200 microbloom. $400 blessing blossom. 400 Arathis spear. Oh shit, is this finished? You're still on 97. God damn. Yeah, thaumaturgy slaves, basically, yeah. That's the plan. $98. Come on, 2 more. 2 more. I'm gonna run out of mats if I'm not careful here. I genuinely think I'm gonna run out of mats. We're cutting this fine. We need 99 and 100 double time. Game, don't do me like this. 19. You're going to leave me at 99, aren't you? 3, 2, 1. Son of a bitch. All right. How you doing, Tammy? Welcome in. Howdy, howdy. Hope you're having a good weekend. Right, go. Get you to 100. Now, what do we do about this? Do we just do a meticulous experiment and hope that it works? Bingo was his name-o. There we go. Okay, you're 100, you're 100, you're 100, you're working on 100. Next we probably should we get tools sorted? We're going to need to get our tools and accessories sorted, aren't we? Because then we'll have the 100 plus 40 build, and that's what I would consider the expensive part out the way. Although we might need to burn a bunch of herbs, learning a bunch of shit to get a bunch of first-time knowledge points. Mostly because, annoyingly, with Alchemy, you have to very heavily rely on crafting orders to get the knowledge points you need. And if you don't have the damn recipes in the first place, you're not going to be able to fill the orders, which becomes its own problem. This is why Alchemy for concentration alt and stuff is not super not, you know, there's profit to be made if you happen to already have a min-maxed alchemist, but for as long as you don't have a min-maxed alchemist, it's still quite annoying, time-consuming, and expensive to set up. But I'm doing alchemy first because it's the one that's probably going to take me the longest to get fully set up. I haven't totally calculated exactly how many knowledge we need, but it's more than we have, so we'll have to do a few little things like go and pick up all the knowledge point books and stuff, but that's just a bit of busy work that we can slowly do. 98. Come on, 2 more points. Heck, at this point, if we get 99, we'll do a meticulous experiment. There we go. Let's do a meticulous experiment. Probably ends up being cheaper. Don't fail me now, game. Boom, there we go. Right, that's all 4 of them to skill 100 in alchemy. What's the damage do we need for full thaumaturgy build? 55 over here. 50 over here. No, we don't actually need full 50 over here, do we? Or do you? What's the reason you put points in over here for thaumaturgy? There's definitely some reason. Is there no reason? +1 alchemy skill point. Oh, you need points in here to get quality 2 out of quality 1, don't you? You need the flat skill. So I think you do need a full 50 in here. Full 50 in here. 55 in here. Then another 75, so that puts us to 180. And then 180, 190, 200 knowledge points. 200 knowledge points. Because you don't actually need the transmutation node. Not just for thaumaturgy anyway. I don't think. Skill when performing the transmutations. Yeah, these are your last 30 points. So you need 200 points, 200 knowledge points to hit full build. I'm at 25. Okay. We have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 60 uniques on top of the 25 we have. Yeah, Jesus, you need about 100 odd knowledge points, don't you? You need roughly 100 knowledge points from your patron orders before you're full build on thaumaturgy. That means I'm weirdly going to be incentivized to go fly around and pick up pissing treasures and all sorts of stupid stuff, aren't I? And we're going to be in a weird situation at the moment where we're going to fundamentally struggle to do a lot of these. What it does mean is that we are going to need to add craft sim. This character specifically. I don't particularly like putting craft sim on all of the characters since it's quite a heavy add-on. Craft sim. Craft sim will just make doing the patron orders daily a breeze. We won't need it eventually. Excuse me. Watched you guys for a while since Dragonflight, and that's when I got into professions. But how do you make gold? It seems like everything runs at a loss. You have to ride the waves. Crafting right now, guaranteed crafting, like trying to guarantee craft quality 3 items and sell them for a profit is an uphill battle, and that's mostly because in the quiet seasons, the second half of every season, basically, the price of things gets pushed below their mass produced cost, and it just sits in the hands of concentration crafting. So the wave right now isn't particularly good for mass crafting stuff. This is why doing a little bit of farming, doing a little bit of crafting, doing a little bit of like flipping, all of this stuff is worthwhile. The way I'm making most of my gold right now is farming miscellaneous mechanica. This is why we have the 5 accounts on the go right now, so we can kill as many rares as we possibly can every day in the Undermine. And I get about 50 miscellaneous mechanica a week. So that's the main way we're making gold right now. I'm currently setting up some alts to do some processing kind of stuff that usually is very AFKable. So these are being set up to be thaumaturgists. So these guys can be, for example, when my main character is off doing delves and we're playing the game, quote unquote, these guys can be doing some processing in the background. That's my theory. Yeah, so you can see here, this is the problem I'm going to have straight away as well, is that out of 9 patron orders, I can actually only do 4 of them because I don't even have enough recipes. What I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to do some more wild experimentation in order to get the full suite of recipes so that we can actually then do the patron orders and actually get some of the goodies out of these, because we're going to need every knowledge point via patron orders we can get our hands on. There's only 21 knowledge points you can get per week catch up via patron orders, plus or minus the like 10 you get naturally. So that's still only 30 knowledge points-ish a week if we do every catch up. And what did I say we needed? We needed about 100 knowledge points from patron orders. So yeah, we need to be banging out alchemy every day for about 3 weeks before these characters will actually be able to be useful for me. So we are going to need to put ourselves in a position where we can fill every one of these orders and that we don't miss them because of some stupid reason, being that I don't have the recipe. Is there a chance to get rank 3 mats from thaumaturgy? Yes, but you will, well, you will only when using concentration. So basically nobody does it. Thaumaturgy is for turning quality. Like once you've got thaumaturgy fully built, I can't show you on this character because it's not, but let me show you on my actual character where it is set up already. Let's put you inside. When you've got thaumaturgy fully built, you can turn quality 1 mats into quality 2, which is predominantly the reason why quality 1 and quality 2 materials are basically exactly the same price now. Because all of the quality 1 stuff that gets farmed up gets run through the alchemy mill, turned into quality 2. But you only get quality 3 if you use concentration, and nobody does. There's better uses for concentration with alchemy, and so nobody does. Whether it be making flasks or doing the actual transmutes. Thaumaturgy is never really an area where you'd spend concentration on. Darkmoon Fair's coming as well, 2 or 3 knowledge points, not sure. Yeah, it's one of those mini optimizations that I might have to just do. But what I need to do is I need to get these 4 alchemists to the point where I just log them on every day and do the patron orders. And then, you know, it's just a matter of time until they have all of the knowledge points they need. But we need to get the busy work out the way now. So I think my next step, because we're not super duper mega in need for knowledge points particularly, I need to get my tools and accessories done now. I think that's what I'm going to do in a second. But yeah, on Alchemy, when you've got it fully built, for example, your thaumaturgy, in essence, takes... Oh, you haven't got access to the war bank. That's why you've got no materials. Hang on, let me just buy a stack of herbs. So when it's fully built, quality 1 mats can just about sneak through and be turned into quality 2. Here's a thought. Is this only because I'm a goblin? Is it still is it still mandatory to be goblin for thaumaturgy? How many points over am I? You don't need the 30 points in here, but you need the rest of these. And then you need 50 points in alchemical mastery. I don't know what the break point is on that. 373 skill to guarantee quality 2. 373, and I have 378, which is exactly 5, which means the 5 I get from being a goblin doesn't actually... Okay, so you can do quality 1 to quality 2 without being a goblin now. That wasn't like that at the beginning of the expansion. They changed. They must have changed. I think they changed that a while ago. But yeah, you can never guarantee quality 3. You can never get 745 skill, unless you use concentration, which is not worth you doing. You're not going to do it. Not for like 1 craft. Much better places to use concentration. You can make flasks, for example. Much better use for concentration. Okay. Back to what I was actually doing. Right, profession, tools, and accessories. I need to get these guys in the guild, don't I? That's probably the smartest move. Because they're all on flipping random ass realms. So let's get them in the guild. Then either I or anybody else in the guild can craft them some tools and accessories. What do we need for them? Have I got 900 artisan security on each one of these now? I should have, yeah. That's what we did with Enchanting the other day. Profession equipment, alchemy, tools, big old mixing rod jobby, track recipe, so we need the mixing rod, We need an Arubian hat. And we need a artisan alchemist robe. Plus or minus any missives and the likes that we need. What does that equate to? We should probably think about this for a second. Right. Boundless ciphers. 15 boundless ciphers. Codifying greenwoods, 20 of these. Vial of Kaheti oil. 1. Writhing hides. Storm charge leather. Adorning ribbon. That's a vendor map, but I'm not going to worry about finding a vendor for 16 silver. I've got the ley line residue already. Exquisite weaver cloth bolts times 12. And gleaming shards times 3. Right, that should be everything we need for those. Outside of missive of... what missive am I looking on this thing? Missive of resourcefulness. Is ingenuity a resourcefulness tool? Sorry, is thaumaturgy a resourcefulness tool? There's no multi-craft on it. We're not doing... yeah, resourcefulness tool. One of you. And then we need the enchant. Enchant tool. Enchant tool, also resourcefulness. The expensive one is probably the quality 3 one. Okay. That should, in theory, be everything we need for those. Give me a guild invite link. Oh. I'll do it this way. Hang on. Why didn't that work? Can you not post that in party chat? Oh, it's worked on these 2 accounts. Why has it not worked on this account? There we go. There we go. There's everybody in the guild. In theory, that's everybody in the guild. There we go. There's the invite. Okay, everybody gilded up. Right, mixing rod, guild order, maximum quality 5. Either I or anybody else can get to these. There's going to be a few of them. If you're in the guild and you're able to make these, by the way, may I suggest you log on right now if you want some gold. Quality 5, mixing rod, boom. Alchemy, tools, accessories, the Rubian hat, one of you, guild order. Robe, maximum everything, guild order. Okay. Rinse and repeat on this dude. Soloed Tol Barad. Is that even a thing? I mean, I guess it must be. Fair play. Alright, I need a mixing rod. I need a hat. I need a robe. Buy the mats. Boundless ciphers. Bunch of you. Codified greenwoods. Flipping 10k for the mixing rods are pretty expensive. Kaheti oil. Writhing hides. Storm charged leathers. Adorning ribbon. Missive of resourcefulness. Enchant tool resourcefulness. No competition, but do not tell anybody. I didn't even think you could like get into that sort of stuff solo. I thought if you didn't get a team, then it didn't do. I would have half assumed. Let's make sure we actually put the top tier mats in this, otherwise it's not going to come through properly, is it? I wonder if I did that on the other ones. I guess we'll find out soon. Don't know why this one is being stupid with its quality. Okay, that should be that dude's stuff. Next. This is one of the scenarios where I could have made it a bit quicker by like just buying 4 times the materials, putting them in the warbank, logging each character on and off, but my brain is not geared for that sort of efficiency today. Slow and steady, but make sure we don't fuck it up approach is preferable. Mixing rod, hats, robes. Boundless ciphers, codified greenwoods, Kaheti oil, writhing hide, storm charge leather. Oh, I just cannot spell missive. I've done it twice. Wait, what? Missive of resourcefulness. What's this costing me then? Roughly 15k for the tools and stuff. Plus or minus work order tips. Add another 10k for work order tips. 25k for the tools and accessories. Setup cost. Yeah, it's not cheap, is it still? I don't know why I'm giving a higher commission on the tools than the accessories, but it just feels fair. I mean, I'll get to these myself if nobody else does. Okay, one last dude. Tolbrad's on a timer. It will not let more in if there are people from both factions, but if you are alone, it just runs its course. Oh, you need your faction to own it to be able to do Baradin Hold and the dailies. I vaguely remember Tolbarad. Weirdly, I remember Tolbarad for skinning crocodiles. Skinning crocodiles was the one of the main reasons I went there. I think it was skinning crocodiles. I might be mistaken. The things we remember and the reasons we remember them for. Mixing rod, Nerubian hat, robe. Backup professions for the Undermine farm. Yeah. We're working on the alchemists now. I still need to do a little bit more disenchanting with the enchanters to get a touch more artisan security, but I've got enough so far to get the tools and accessories for the alchemists, which we're doing now. I need enough so that the alchemists can start doing their daily patron orders, really, because that's actually the time-consuming part of it. Wait, why are we searching frontline potions? Untrack. Do another search. Don't make me buy a bunch of shit for potions. Ciphers. Codifieds. Kaheti oil. Writhing hides. Storm charge leather. Missive of resourcefulness. Enchant tool resourcefulness. God, I flipping hope it is double resourcefulness on a thaumaturgy tune. Can't think why it'd be anything else. I guess that'll be tomorrow's problem if it is. Right, mixing rod with a resourcefulness tool. Guild order. No, top tier everything. Okay. Orders. Now we've got to go actually craft the damn. Whoa, hello. What's going on here? I made a boo-boo. Alchemist robe. Okay. Right. Who makes the robes? Tailors. Nobody's online. Your AFK alts will be quite busy by doing the farm, sniping and selling crossrail professions. Oh yeah, I know I'm putting a lot on my plate right now. I'm stacking quite a lot on my plate, but options, you know, options. Give yourself options, and then if something's worth doing, do it. If something's not worth doing, you don't have to do it. So on and so on. Definitely in multi-craft, I can say that for sure. Yeah, I can't see any reason why it's anything other than a double resourcefulness setup. Wait, hang on. Where's my weekly quest? Might as well two birds this.
You wish to speak? Ancestors watch over you.
It's flipping Saturday and I haven't even picked up my weekly profession quests. That shows you how much time I'm not spending on my main crafters. Wait, do I not have this flipping recipe? Do I not have the artisan's robe thing? Oh, okay. That's interesting. Oh, God, I gotta go to flipping Doodah Land to get it. Oh, does that mean I also don't have the spec for it? 20... I need flipping 50 points to be good at doing it. Oh, flipping Lord have mercy. Well, next squirrel. Where's the flipping artisan alchemist robe? Let's just go and explore. Kazolgar somewhere. I think my other tailor already has all of this set up, but this dude needs the recipe at some point anyway. But yeah, the main reason I want these set up more than anything is so that when I'm doing something that's focused on the main account, these guys can be busy. Minimizing account downtime really more than anything else. Is it you? I'm pretty sure it's you. It better be you. Artisans thingy. Yeah, there we go. Do I not have the cash? Am I missing the cash? Yeah.
Remember all.
Transfer.
It is good you are here. May your destiny weave well.
Oh, hang on. What am I doing? Teleport. Saw many talking about the
Let's
gold
make
making
sweet,
opportunities with the
sweet
purple
profit
bike
together.
mount, but I've seen nobody talking about the crafting orders for the new Panther. We looked at the Panther yesterday. Yeah, obviously it's probably gone a little bit. It's gone past people's radar a little bit because it has to be done via work orders. But there's a good possibility. But the same scenario. Well, actually, when you think about it, it might be worth, if you're a Jewelcrafter, making sure you've got 4 work order, because you can only do 4 public work orders, but make sure you have 4 spare for next Wednesday. Cha-ching with the 16 months. Thank you very much, by the way. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Oh, flipping Lord have mercy. Apparently I'm not going to be able to do these at quality 5 either, am I, without concentration? What was it? It's a robe. So what do I need? Robes and then weighted garments. Does that fix my problem? $484 concentration. Are you taking the piss? That means I can do 2 of them with my concentration, but what about the other 2? Lord have mercy. What do we need? 20 points in robes. How do I get 15 points double time? Lol. Yo, that's a nice cheeky list of stuff to do. We do all of that. But yeah, Panther crafting could be an interesting one. Feels a lot like, oh, what was it? When we went to the Forbidden Reach in 1007. That there'll be lots of orders very quickly and then they'll die out again super fast. But an opportunity nonetheless. This probably isn't going to get me quite all the knowledge points I need, but... I wonder if this dude actually can go to the Undermine and pick up knowledge points from there. In fact, this will tell me, won't it? No. No sesame.
My directive is to serve you.
Ah! Don't know which account's got warband access. I'm not going to mess around with trying to find out.
What brings you here? Winds be at your back.
We'll land this in. We'll pick up these and we'll hope that this is enough. No, I didn't want all that dawn wave shit. Oh, whatever. Day 1, get the recipe, set high provision equals profit. Yeah, I need to look into that and make sure I remember exactly what the scenario is with getting that as well. I think you just buy it. What was his name? Big Quiche or something? Who's going to be in the Orgrimmar vision. Which makes me think that Jewelcrafters are going to have the recipe pretty easy source. Right, is 16 going to be enough? Let's have a look, see if 16 is enough. Wait, how can I... Oh, because I bet the last node gives you a metric ton of fucking skill, doesn't it? Plus 10. Son of a bitch, I need 4 tailoring knowledge points. Three in a first time craft. I can't believe at this point in the expansion I'm scrapping around for knowledge points. First craft bonus. Just let me craft some in first time. Oh, none of that. None of that, none of that, none of that, none of that, none of that. Oh, actually, the Alchemist robe will be a first time craft bonus in and of itself. Okay, this is metagaming now. Watch this. Start order. Use... Oh yeah, why don't I just use these? Oh yeah, why don't I just go get some unraveled instructions and not worry about the rest of it? Well, we'll use those because I got them. Didn't think about that, did I? That's a first time craft bonus by itself. I have another bonus point. Not using those for anything else, am I? Let's be real. Oh, 1 point away from just using a pentagold. I'm seeing drop on Wowhead, but don't see any conditions like minimum amount or mask, just drop chance info. It's strongly possible that people don't even know how to get it properly yet, but I'm sure people will get it double time. I'm sure it won't take people long. Okay, right, there's those done. What's the next on the list? Nerubian Alchemy hat. Who makes these? Leatherworkers. cheeky 10k as long as I see no other offerings. Yeah, pretty much. Seems about fair these days. Be harder for a level 70 pure crafter, jewel crafter to get in there and to get it to drop. So it's going to need to at least be a level 80 with some gear. Me! Main jewel crafter for 15 plus years. Maybe I'll try and get it first thing on Wednesday. That said, reset on EU happens before I wake up in the morning, so I clearly won't be first. It's weird though, because it's a mount though. I wonder how people will feel about tipping. What commission do you think they would be willing to spend because it's a mount? Some of the early orders might be pretty spicy. I know it's kind of ridiculous to say, but people are so conditioned with gear to basically pay nothing. But then mounts are like considered a prestigious thing. I don't know. Maybe it'll make a difference, maybe it won't. Can we bang these out? Yeah, we bang these out. These are easy enough. While I'm here, be rude not to. And then the mixing rods is alchemy, right? No, inscription. Ooze me scribe. Crafted a pummeler via commission and the guy tipped me 50k. Nice. Provided all the mats and tipped you 50k. How would you, like, what? God, I hope it's not, that sort of scenario scares me, because I hope it's not like somebody that buys the pummeler permit from a vendor, and yeah, you wonder what the backstory is on something like that, don't you? You wonder if the guy is making such a horrible mistake in terms of buying it via a patron order or via a work order. What other mistakes are they potentially making? Oh, do I not have the alchemy mixing rod on this dude either? Am I hard slacking? What's going on here? Alchemy mixing rod. You just buy this on the auction house, don't you? Alchemy mixing rod. It's basically free. You watch. I also won't be able to make it now, will I? Yeah, that's an issue, isn't it? I haven't spec'd into making this damn thing either. I need 90 flipping points that I don't have. Maybe I do this on my other scribe that I'm pretty sure does have it. Who has scribbly scribblies? Bezo bucks. Interesting thing is that craft orders, for the most part, will be done on the realm. Me and other medium to low pops probably won't have that much competition on realm first recipes. So, well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, me being on Draenor, like somebody will be banging them out within 3 minutes of the server going live. But public orders have the limitation that jewel crafters will only be able to fill 4 public orders before they're spent. There is the possibility that people will burn through their 4 public orders, and then the public orders might actually, for the first time ever on anything, stack up a little bit. We'll have to see. Let's check this dude's even got the recipe. Oh no, I went the missive direction on this dude. Oh, I've got 30 points here. Oh, jeez Louise, I haven't got enough flipping knowledge points to max this out. Why do I do this to myself? How is this possible? How? Because I've definitely crafted these for the alchemists before. How have I screwed the pooch on this one? Maybe I've got some purple skill jobbies on this dude as well. It is, I'm not going to lie, this is kind of embarrassing, the fact that I'm running around trying to figure out flipping where... Oh, wait, what? Fly, goddamn you. No, give me a flying mount. Why can't I have a flying mount? What? Why is my only... What? Stop spawning the stupid hedgehog. Hello? God, I clearly need some food, you know. It's getting to that time of the day when my ability to do smart things is very limited. 585 skill on this. What am I missing? 30 points in the mixing rod. 30 points really accounts to that much, does it? Holy balls. 1 point per? Plus 5, plus 10, plus 15... plus 25, plus 35, 45, 50. Holy smoke. Shit the bed. I have a problem. Okay. It's not really a problem. I mean, I've probably made this whole scenario much easier if I hadn't thrown these out for guild orders and just thrown them out to the public. But the easy scenario here is we go, sure, we'll do the order. We'll slam one of these in it and we'll do that. And we'll press go. We can do that twice. And my other scribe will do something similar on the other two. Yeah, that hedgehog is definitely not my only favourite. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be anyway. So I don't know what's going on there. Unless my favourite list of mounts is reset, which would annoy me if that's the case. Because I can't remember which ones are my favourites. That's the point of favouriting them, right? So that you don't have to remember. Press the button and you get a nice surprise every time. Oh no, this is a real problem that I am monstrously far behind. Oh, okay. Oops. Any scribes online? Is there no scribes online in the guild right now? They can craft a couple of these. Because I'm 90 points short. Whoops. That, or I just get it done in a couple of days. Or I throw them out to the public to get it done. When with the Siren Isle, that rogue glyph no one knows about got released, I had some orders done for a couple of desperate guys because nobody on the server replied to them. Yeah, this is the one thing that has sort of intrigued me a little bit about work orders on like lower pop realms. Being on practically the biggest server in the EU, and then in turn probably one of the biggest servers in the game. It's it's just a different ballpark, you know. There are so many crafters, so many people to fill orders instantly. Supply of crafters is never a shortage. While I am standing here, though, it is clear as day. We should probably do this. We'll just do all of those. Okay, well, we've got most of our gear sorted. The two characters that have not got their mixing rod, I will leave the guild orders up in case somebody comes online and fills them, because I didn't realise my flipping scribe doesn't have the skill to do it. Alternatively, my scribe will do it in a couple of days when the concentration's refreshed. I'm not in that big of a rush. We've got a couple of weeks to get this sorted anyway, before we can actually start doing thaumaturgy on these characters. But it should, at least having the 100 plus 40 build on them, mean that they can start banging out patron orders every day. Which was the main goal, really. Because every day we're not doing patron orders is 1 day longer it's going to take before they're actually useful. I started this, so let me quickly finish it. It's another squirrel situation, but...
I've been expecting you.
Okay. Right, that was a little detour. Mixing rod. Hat. And robe. Let's put the enchant on that. So that's ready to rock and roll. Resourcefulness is actually really good for the patron holders as well, to be fair. To push them into being profitable to press the button on. I think we're going to be pressing the button on them all regardless either way. Thinking about it, the next thing I do need to do is a shitload of experimentation. Do I, even though it's slightly counterproductive, considering we need 200 points really in thaumaturgy, do I put 30 points in alchemical mastery first to get formulated courage so that I can burn a bunch of herbs quickly to get all the recipes to make doing the crafting orders reasonably achievable? Because I think I already looked that with so few recipes, I'm going to have so few patron orders, and actually all it does is delay the problem even further. Yeah, there's like 4 orders we can do here out of 9, and that's just on one toon. That gives me 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 knowledge points. There's a guy in the community that recently started streaming. His main gold making is crafting orders, and it's crazy how much you can do. I think on Turbo Boost Day, he got more than 600k. But he always says you need big patience of dealing with people to do it. I've never believed that it is not profitable to do and that there isn't money to be made in it. But my take has always been similar to the fact that I don't want to be playing customer service. That's the way I look at it. I've done customer service jobs before. Like, it's not only that, it's customer support on an extra level, because you're talking to people in a video game, and you're talking to people that also don't really want to be talking to you. It's like it's not even. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't pay me 1,000,000 gold a day to, like, you genuinely couldn't pay me 1,000,000 gold an hour to do it. Just no. Like, I've had craft scan installed, and I will bang out the occasional craft scan thing. But the second questions come up, or the second people start sort of like quizzing or questioning stuff, I'm out of there. Like, no. Sent me some screenshots of some of the messages he got. Really bad stuff. Yeah, I'm not about that. Like, I think my personality with that sort of stuff comes across quite a lot on stream as well. That, like, if you're a dick, I just delete you from my life, right? I just get rid of you. I have a zero tolerance for that sort of stuff generally. And so playing customer service in a video game, you know, the amount of pushback you get back on, you know, on that sort of stuff, it's never been for me. It's never been for me, and it never will be for me. Some people enjoy it. Some people get that, you know, feeling of self-fulfillment, of helping others. Unfortunately for me, the positives of that outweigh the negatives outweigh the positives, I should say, which is why it's not my cup of tea. Right, this dude is also in a position to bang out orders. And the theory is, once again, there is a limit to the amount that he can do based upon the fact that he doesn't have any recipes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That means, ooh, what's going on here? That means you guys probably are waiting on the tools, which I will get to soon, TM. So let's put you in there, you in there. At least you're half the way there. Right, we didn't really actually get much progress done on these characters, unfortunately, today. And the doggo alarm clock is going off, telling me that I'm absolutely definitely done streaming for the day. She's like, human, it's walk time. Yeah, plus we need to be prepared for the fact that we're going to have to pay for these knowledge points as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 6 to 7 knowledge points we get per sweep. Okay, we're just going to have to keep on top of this for the next few days, and it'll just be on the chore list. Bang it out first thing bang it on the chore list, get it done, get it out of the way, and then go about doing the rest of your stuff for the day. And then in a couple of weeks' time, these guys will be up and running. We'll have to at some point go around and pick up some knowledge point books and whatever. To do that, I will probably need to do a little bit more catch up, do the Shimmering Dust Shuffle with the enchanters to get a little bit more artisan security to pay for all of that. But actually, thinking about it, gaining these knowledge points from the patron orders and stuff will give us a bunch of artisan security as well. So we're not actually in that much of a rush. Because the reality is we will not be pressing the thaumaturgy button at all until we have at least a max build. Because otherwise you run the risk of just literally burning money, which is not the point of this. Right, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for today, though. Thank you very much for joining. I wasn't necessarily particularly planning on streaming on a Saturday. It's not my usual routine, but thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Flipping hell, there's nearly 100 of you in here. Christ on a bicycle. Okay, I didn't even realise I don't look at my viewer count throughout most of the stream. Thank you very much. I'm gonna go walk the dogs. I'm gonna go get me some food. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll be back on Monday. I know Team Brexit has a bank holiday on Monday, so there might be a few bonus people knocking about on Monday. I am planning on streaming on Monday, as I don't live in the land of England anymore, so I don't get a bank holiday. But enjoy the rest of your weekend. I wonder if I have no idea who's usually streaming at this time on a Saturday. I wouldn't even know who to stream out to at this point. I'm going to allow you guys to go on your own wanders. But thank you very much for sticking around. I appreciate it. Enjoy your weekend. Come say hi in the Discord, and I'll see you on Monday. Peace.